Right. Hello, and welcome to the Shell Spell Show. I'm Shell, and this is my show. But today we have a special guest, a special segment, Disability Time, or Spilling the Disability. So today we have RogueStrawberry. Like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm RogueStrawberry. I am a person that is friends with Shell. And I have quite a few conditions myself.
But first, because this little chihuahua has been Pavloved, and when we start the show, she wants to do her tricks. Let's satiate the beast. Sit. Sit. Oh, pretty. Pick. Oh, good girl. Salsa. Salsa. Now, shh. Inside voice. Say hi. Oh, too loud. Shh. There you go. There you go. And one for Rocco, too, because he's old and on pension. He doesn't have to do tricks anymore. Co-stream! Yeah. So that's Luna. She normally it can be summoned for channel points, but all channel point redemptions are turned off currently. I didn't want to interrupt the pace of the conversation, except for the AMA Ask Me Anything. I wanted to make people completely comfortable with asking any question, so I lowered the cost, and it's the only one that we can do for channel points right now.
Thanks for my liking my human bird cage. It's actually my therapy corner. Um, it's where I like to take naps, cry, and have my therapy sessions via video with my therapist.
If it's a human bird cage, does that just make it a human cage?
Pretty much.
Sometimes we feel safer inside cages.
It is really nice, especially when I get overstimulated. It's so nice to just like huddle in there and close like the curtains around me.
Looks awesome. I want one. Me too. I'm super jealous. If I had more room, I would have a little human cage for myself. My tea is like the perfect temperature right now.
Same, although I just had a matcha latte, so I'm like caffeinated AF right now, so I'm trying to like not drink too much of my decaf one.
All right. So, I was gonna skip over some of the stuff that we do, like the daily draw and Moon Day and all that, just to make more time for us to talk about EDS, because today is Rare Disease Awareness Day, or just Rare Disease Day, but there are lots of different diseases, and the one that started it all for me, my genetic disease, is considered a rare disease that you know the numbers. So RogueStrawberry here is the numbers gal today. He has the stats for me.
I am. And before we get into that, I think that we should do a mini disclaimer here.
Okay.
Just to make sure, we are not healthcare professionals. This is purely for educational and entertainment purposes only and does not constitute as medical or professional advice or services. While we may discuss tests, treatments, etc., we have either experienced or have heard of, information provided should not be used for diagnosing or treating a health problem or disease. And those seeking personal medical advice should consult with a licensed physician. Yay.
Not medical
um,
advice.
so statistics in terms of like what constitutes as rare, first off, is 1 in 2,000 people. That's like the rough number in terms of what constitutes as a rare condition. Um, so according to the Ehlers-Danlos Society website, basically the overall prevalence of EDS is cited as 1 in 5,000. And by some other studies, it can be up to or as low as 1 in 3,100. However, there are multiple types of EDS. In terms of the type that both Shell and I have, which is hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, um, it's probably somewhere between 1 in 600 to 1 in 900, but that's also when it's correlated with hypermobility spectrum disorder, which is it's hard to kind of differentiate between hypermobility spectrum disorder and hypermobile Ehlers-Danlos syndrome.
I thought
Um,
the main difference was comorbidities. So someone like me who's
yes.
picked up okay, not every, but I'm accumulating autoimmune diseases as I age is very common for hypermobile EDS. But I thought with hypermobile spectrum disorder, that was not the case.
So, yes, however, it's hard to be able to get diagnosed for HEDS in the first place due to the fact that there's no genetic marker yet. There has been two doctors, I believe, either in the Netherlands, um,
There,
somewhere in Europe, I can't remember exactly, that have discovered the genetic tie. However, they haven't released the information yet on which gene actually is linked to HEDS.
so I've seen recently that John Hopkins was doing research trying to pinpoint the specific gene, but
I wouldn't be
nothing has been come
surprised
out yet.
if they're like continuing to work on it because while they may have found it, it may need a lot of time to figure out like, all right, is this accurate? Is this actually a thing? Who knows? So yeah. Um, do you want to go ahead and tell people what EDS is?
What is EDS? Oh gosh, I don't know. That's why I have these commands set up. EDS, Ehler-Danlos Syndrome, is a rare genetic disorder that I was born with. This is a connective tissue disease, and starting domino effect for many other health issues that I have. So it's genetic, which means that it's like somewhere in my DNA, the building, the codes, the blueprints, if you will, for making connective tissue is just bad. And no matter how much building blocks that we have for the connective tissues, the blueprints are bad, so the product will always come out bad because it's a genetic problem, not anything else problem. But because the blueprints are bad, that for me has caused a lot of autoimmune effects where my body tries to tear things up to fix it, but there is no fixing it. That's basically how I sum it up. But so connective tissue, that's everywhere, literally everywhere. So if it connects, it's wrecked. So that's what we're going to talk about today, is like how the connective tissue throughout the body, when that part goes bad, how that kind of like, it does create a domino effect in affecting other systems.
Yes. And another thing is, while there are 13 types of EDS, we will be specifically talking about hypermobile EDS, as that's what directly affects us.
By the way, I did start up Stream Raiders, but it is the first battle of the day, first
It's all
stream
good.
of the week, so I don't plan on seeing much activity there quite yet.
Okay. Well, so basically, like, what does this affect? What parts of the body? As you already said, it's connective tissue. It affects literally everything. But we're gonna kind of separate it out into sections, kind of give you guys a little bit more details on like each individual part of the body that it really affects the most, especially for us. And one of the first things is joints. When it comes to joints, we've got muscles that are attached to those joints, and we have a lot, and a lot, I mean, of muscle pain. One of
Oh
the
no.
first issues we have is nerve issues with our muscles. We have bruising, and sometimes the bruising inside the muscles can actually lead to nerve damage. Uh, and it's just not a whole lot of fun. On top of that, fibromyalgia is fairly common. Myalgia in general, which myalgia refers to muscle pain in general, fibromyalgia is another condition that basically there's no real cure for it. There's no real treatment for it necessarily, other than just trying to manage pain. Um, and a lot of the time, what can happen with that is basically there's nerves in our muscles that are constantly misfiring and causing more and more pain. So, for example, if I, get poked or something like that by a needle, the whole area will essentially flame up and get very, very angry, and I will have a bruised muscle for that time period, and it's exceedingly painful. So, yeah. And another thing is, our muscles spasm a lot. It's fairly common, especially when it comes to dislocations and subluxations, which is when a joint pops out of its socket or is only partially out of its socket. It can cause a lot of muscle spasming because that muscle's trying to bring it back into place and it's very angry.
It's holding
uh,
on for dear life. And trying to
yeah.
hold the joint in place where the connective tissue, which is, ligaments and tendons, has failed. The muscles is trying to overcompensate.
It's so joyous. And on top of that, when there's spasming, there's also clumsiness that comes with it. And it's actually why, eh, at least growing up, I was always told that I was very, very clumsy. And it was mostly just due to my joints being all wiggly and my muscles constantly spasming and causing me to drop things or to like kick my leg out randomly and then fall over. Like it just, yeah.
Anyone, anyone who has spent any amount of time in the stream knows how much my hands just like spasm. I'll just like push the wrong buttons when I'm playing games all the time. It's constant. And that's just because like my hands are just constantly spasming because I'm just like trying my best to control these noodles at the end of my arm.
Mm,
But they don't listen. They don't listen all the time, and sometimes they spasm. They push the wrong buttons. They uh, dislocate. So that isn't usually a problem when I'm just playing games. But I did have a dislocation, crocheting injury this weekend.
mm.
But
And yesterday, even while I was typing up just information about what we were going to talk about today, I was starting to get my thumb out of place as well. Yeah.
so something I wanted to mention about fibromyalgia. So
Hmm.
fibromyalgia is like kind of one of those things that's becoming more noticed in like mainstream media, I believe. And that's because there's fibromyalgia is like the end, and there are a lot of causes. Like pretty much any sort of long-term pain condition can cause fibromyalgia, because the long-term damage of the nerves firing causes them to misfire. It's just a matter of like statistics. If you fire it once, it's a good chance that it's gonna go off right. But if you fire something a million times, the chances of having a misfire increase, which is just it's a numbers game. So when you have this constant pain, the chances of having these, nerve misfires just goes up. And then once it happens, it causes like once again a domino effect for the nerves to actually like break down, and then that causes long-term nerve damage. Is ugh. Neuropathy is not good.
Yep. Well, do you want to go over the next point with muscle pain?
Which was pulling muscles, movement restrictions.
Over tightening.
Well, once again, that's just like a response to um the joints being too loose, right? If everything's too loose, you're trying to like hold things in place constantly. Standing is my cardio because just like trying to stand up straight with proper posture takes more out of me because my joints aren't stacked quite right than it would a normal able-bodied person. So that makes these muscles more likely to just pull out of place because they're just trying too hard. And makes them very sore from working too hard throughout the day. And
Oh yeah.
honestly, exhausting. And
Yeah,
so,
there's a whole lot of pain when it comes to over tightening and just like, oh God, pulling muscles is the worst. So funny thing is, both Shell and I, after a rain hit here recently, ended up basically pulling the same exact muscle. Because for some reason it was so angry and just overly tight.
yep,
So,
that's
yeah.
well, that muscle's where I like commonly keep my tension, so it's usually the first to go.
So yeah. And that also leads to movement restrictions. Like there's just so much that we can't do in terms of like what probably a normal person can do. Sometimes even just like reaching to my back, my like the back of my neck can pull a muscle. Just as simple as doing this. I'm not even reaching that far.
Yep.
And
And it's different every day. Some days I can
yeah.
like do really good healthy stretches, and other days I'm just like I feel like I've aged 60 years.
Yeah, I need to get a new an actual back scratcher because before I was like, "Oh, I don't need it," and I gave it away, and I'm like, my back has been so itchy the past few days.
Yeah. Well, and this
And
this for me also goes into being a ambulatory wheelchair user. Like I can walk, but if I do it for any length of time, then we have this over tightening issue and I can't walk any further. So a wheelchair is like a preventative measure, so I don't have to get to that point where I can't physically walk anymore.
yeah.
So,
Um, and too, this can also lead to pelvic floor issues. I have huge issues with my pelvic floor in particular, which is it constantly causes me to go to the bathroom because I'm always like panicking, like, did I actually like use my bladder all the way or not? Because my pelvic floor is so tight that I actually can't go to the bathroom properly. There's no way to like properly release my bladder most of the time. I actually have to do exercises while I'm going to the bathroom in order to let my bladder out. So,
to like relax.
yep, because they're so goddamn tight that it doesn't release it. Um, and that also leads to like pain during sex, that kind of stuff too, where it's just so tight that it hurts all the time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I guess the next thing is too loose, which would be something that you're more of an expert on than I am, because you take muscle relaxers.
Yep, I do take muscle
So,
relaxers because everything's so tight. And for me, the tightness in the muscles on my neck can cause migraines, and that is a huge issue I suffer with. So the main reason why I take muscle relaxers is to relax my neck so I don't get migraines. Um, but a side effect of that is that they could work too well. So my muscles, like we said, the connective tissue isn't doing a good job, so the muscles often overcompensate. But then when your muscles are like, I'm on break, y'all, there's nothing there. There's nothing left to to keep the joint in place. And so when the muscles get too loose, then you can have all these other issues. Um,
mm,
and that's why most of the time when they tell you when you're on muscle relaxers, they tell you to take it at night, especially when you have EDS. Is so when your muscles are at their loosest, you're resting in bed and not moving around, making it more likely to injure them with a dislocation, which brings us to the next kind of point, but there's other things that can dislocate or move out of place if everything's too loose. So your biggest area of connective tissue is in your gut, your bowels, keeping your bowels in place. So if that, is loose and then all your muscles are too loose, you can have your organs themselves prolapse. The most common is uterine prolapse for women. So that's also something else with EDS. It's not a women's only disease, but it is statistically more likely to affect women. Just because it is a genetic problem and these things are somehow connected. Yikes, yikes on bikes. Yeah, that I have been fortunate enough that my prolapsing events have not been too horrible. But yeah, no, they're horrible. Things that
Yeah.
are up in place should stay up in place, but when you have a connective tissue disorder, they just don't stay up in place. And so,
Yeah. One of the things is that for me, my uterine prolapses are actually kind of funny in terms of like every single scan I get done for my intestines, you just see my uterus just like flipping and flopping in different directions.
oh my.
And it's just like a guessing game. Like, is it going to be flopped over? Is it going to be straight up? Is it going to be flopped back? Is it going to be more to the left, more to the right? So I haven't had any issues because of that. It's more of like oh my God, this doesn't even look like my body half the time when I'm looking at new scans.
Hmm.
So, but you can also have anal prolapses, bladder prolapses, pretty much any organ that can will. Including the heart can actually have valve prolapses.
Isn't that very common with EDS, the aortic valve prolapse?
So there's that. There's the main valves in your heart actually tend to prolapse and have regurgitation because it's so loose sometimes due to the connective tissue. But we'll get into that a little bit further on.
Yeah. All right. So, I forgot to record this. We gotta start over.
Well,
I'm
we can always talk about muscles again at another time.
Yep. I'm only half kidding. I did forget to record, but but we're good now. So dislocations and subluxations is probably the number one thing people think about when they think of EDS. Oh my God. I don't remember if I'd talked about this last time or if it hadn't happened yet, but somebody was talking to me on Discord and they were trying to get me to play a game and I'm like, "Oh, I don't have the energy to play a game right now. I just don't." And they just like could not comprehend not having the energy to even like play a video game. I'm like, no, man, I have EDS. And so they just like Google EDS, and the very first thing that comes up is, the joint issues, the dislocations and subluxations, and the hypermobile, being super extra flexible. And they're like, oh, that could be good for certain sports.
Hmm.
They said that. Somebody actually said that to me. So, yeah, no. No. So, first of all, maybe being a little bit flexible might be good for certain sports, but this is not being just a little bit flexible. This
Yeah.
is overly flexible to the point where you're like doing damage. The ligaments and tendons are a little bit stretchy, and when we're young, we have the bodies to just like rebuild and keep going, and it stretches, but it gets more delicate and more fragile as we get older, and then as we get into our 20s we stop like regenerating the same way that we did when we were young, and then these little tiny micro tears kind of get worse and worse and then become full-on tears as because these ligaments are just more fragile and not built correctly as like a normal able-bodied person. So
Yeah. And actually, before we go on to the next point, the the sports part really resonates with me because I was in gymnastics. And here's the thing, while I was super, super flexible, The problem is when you're doing like front rolls and stuff like that, every single time I would dislocate a joint in my toe. And so my entire foot would be spasming. And I'd be like, oh, this hurts. And I'd try to talk to like the counselor, whoever it was that was doing the program. And they're just like, what are you talking about? And it's like, yeah, this is the thing. This is the fucking thing. Ah,
Yep. And swimming. So that's another thing. 'Cause I did swim when I was young because you know it being flexible is a kind of an advantage when you're trying to like keep your arms as close to your body as possible, and then like the way that you're supposed to move your shoulder is just plain better when you're a little bit more flexible. But I was doing damage, little tiny bits of damage all throughout that time, and now my shoulders are not so good. So that's that's why it's important to diagnose kids young so we can have them learn a self-care routine. Like
oh yeah.
self-care. Little tangent. Self-care is just anything you do to keep yourself functional as a human. So this
And
goes from brushing your
yeah,
teeth to exercise. So being
and
able to
100% agree on that. There's you know, it's interesting because I actually had evidence, photo evidence of me being born and basically not having my joints together. And so, like, it's little things like that. Like, it's easier if we pay attention to it, but not a lot of people know about this. And not enough doctors know about it, not enough nurses know about it. That, you know, when a kid is born or if they're younger and they're super flexible, like, we're not being able to do preventative measures because just not enough people know to do that.
well, and then that's why things like Rare Disease Day are so important. Is to just
Yep.
bring awareness to like these things are possible. And so, so that we should talk about why zebras.
Yeah. Do you want to do it or should I?
You should. I do it all the time on this channel.
Okay. Well, so I've had my fair share of doctors. And in fact, I have had a doctor say, when you hear footsteps, think horse, not zebra. Um, and the thing is that all these symptoms are can be from something else, but the fact is that it's actually a zebra rather than being a horse. It's not all these individual conditions. It's a main condition that influences the rest of those conditions. And so we're not, when we're hearing those hoof steps, those footsteps, um, it's a zebra. And that's why we're considered zebras. That's why our ribbon color are zebra stripes. So yeah.
I have some zebra emotes.
I love your little emo. Oh my god. That is adorable.
Zebras.
Oh, you should totally do a turtle with a zebra shell.
Ooh.
That would be so freaking cute.
So what's weird is so the zebra, the I had to change the zebra a lot
Hmm.
from the big version. When you hover over the zebra, you see the bigger version, and then
Yeah.
when it's just in chat, you see the smaller version. So the smaller version has fewer stripes. Because when they had the same number of stripes, it just the illusion
Yeah.
worked too well.
Makes sense. Yeah. Um, is there anything else on dislocations and subluxations we should touch on?
Um, so preventative measures.
Mm.
So there are certain chores that I just don't do because if I do them, I will sublux. Like one of those things is scrubbing dishes, just like the scrubbing motion of having to like hold things and push pressure on them just doesn't work with these hands. And so like I do other chores like laundry and cooking. I do the cooking and Dad does the cleaning in the kitchen because that's just kind of how we have to divide the chores because there's certain things I just can't do because I will sublux.
Yeah, that's actually the same for me. I'm the one who cooks. Johnny is the one who cleans. Given the fact that I also have textural issues with water, so that's also why I don't do
Oh,
dishes. But
gloves. What?
it's not. Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. It still freaks me out.
Mm.
I know. So it's like for me, I either have to be fully naked for like a shower to have water on me, and then I have to dry off immediately, or like if it's like a pool or something, like bathing suit's okay. I just don't like to sit in it afterwards and let it dry. Like I have to be like, all right, I'm done in the pool. I'm gonna go get dry and go get changed. But anyway, not the point. But I also have to let Johnny my fiance clean my glasses for me because I literally cannot do the specific movement for cleaning glasses because it's so bad on my joints. Um, so my glasses are often very, very dirty. So yeah. And this too also leads back into the muscle issues when stuff sublux. There's muscle spasms, there's tightness, there's a lot of pain that's influenced by that.
Yep.
Uh,
Oh
yeah.
gosh. One time I was doing dishes and I subluxed my hand and it hurt, so I reeled my hand back and then I cut my hand, the knuckle, because the skin is so fragile that I just scraped my hand against a colander, a metal colander, and the little like holes where the water goes into. Just actually I still have a scar from it.
Jesus. Oh, that is awful.
So
That is
like
absolutely awful.
exactly, it's like a jerk reaction sometimes and that jerking is just can cause more issues.
Yeah. I mean, all the time. So my ribs dislocate all the time. And it's one of those things that if I laugh too hard, my ribs will dislocate. And it's like, yo, I'm just trying to have fun here and you're just ruining my day.
Yep.
So yeah. I guess on to osteoarthritis and rheumatoid arthritis.
Yes. So I was underdiagnosed for 30 years. Um, Rheumatoid arthritis is what I was first diagnosed with, so I can talk a lot about that. So how about you go first with osteoarthritis?
So I have early onset osteoarthritis. My osteoarthritis actually started when I was 12. But again, was not diagnosed until I was 23, maybe. And I'm 26 now, so it's only been 3 years. And so I've had a lot of stuff that has kind of influenced the fact that I have early onset osteoarthritis. EDS is one of them because it leads to very fragile ligaments, very fragile cartilage. And on top of that, what I also had I had Crohn's disease on top of that as early as 8, but it could have been earlier. I have no idea. And because that I was very severely underweight, I was not getting enough nutrients. I was not getting enough food, anything. So basically, my body was eating away at the cartilage. And now I don't even know if I have any left, honestly. I'm constantly grinding bone on bone, and basically my body is that of a 95-year-old rather than, a 26-year-old. um, so it does cause a lot of issues, bone on bone action, and not the sexy kind of grinding, but you know, it is what it is. And also another thing is that it very often it kind of goes hand in hand with osteoporosis, which can lead to its calcium deficiencies, brittle bones, and That's another thing that's fairly common genetically in my family, as well as the early onset osteoarthritis.
Oh yeah, same. So, as I said, so you were diagnosed with Crohn's as a kid, or just your Crohn's started as a kid?
It started as a kid. I started having blood in my stool when I was 8. So,
So I've
yeah.
heard, so with EDS, all the connective tissue is bad, but with for different people with EDS, there's different comorbidities that go with it. So whatever is the weakest link gets attacked first. And so for RogueStrawberry, it was digestive tract, but for me, it was my joints. So I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis when I was 14, and symptoms started at about 9 years old. Um, and so what rheumatoid arthritis is, whereas uh, osteoarthritis is the wear down of the cartilage. In between the cartilage is like a membrane sac that like cushions the joints. Well, my immune system is attacking that particular membrane. So I don't have cartilage, I don't have membrane, I just have bone on bone action. And then the membranes, as they get attacked, they also get replaced with bone. So that's what bone spurs are, is my body attacking the ends of the joints, right? These membranes, and trying to fix it, but fixing it wrong and putting bone down where it should put membrane down. And I get these little buildups of bone spurs. And these can, well, they're on their own, they're harmless, but they're often in the way. So I have a bone spur in my wrist that is like pinching my carpal tunnel. And so like the bone spur is not doing anything, but it's pushing on that nerve, and so I have unending nerve pain in my left hand. Um, those bone growths can actually like grow together and fuse the bones together. So I also have some fused bone in my wrist as well, and it's not a good time. It's a different mechanism than osteoarthritis entirely, but it can cause our osteoarthritis. So because I don't have those little sacs anymore, it was just cartilage rubbing on cartilage, which caused the cartilage to wear down, which is osteoarthritis. I have
Yeah.
both osteo and rheumatoid.
And polymerization IRL, not as fun as it seems. Uh, so another thing is just about our bones in general. It's fairly typical for people with EDS in general to actually be fairly tall. Uh, Due to the fact that I had Crohn's disease so early on in my life, as well as multiple issues that weren't untreated, I am underdeveloped. So therefore, I did not grow to my full height that I should have. Um, but for most other people with EDS, basically they're significantly taller than the average person, and that can also lead to long and thin bones. Because the bones don't grow bulky, they just keep growing taller and taller, but they're like thinning out to get up there, because it's growing too fast. And that leads to a higher risk of issues like breaking and fracturing as well.
And then combine that with the osteoarthritis or the osteoporosis, and you're just setting up for fractures.
Yep.
Although I don't know how many times people have told me that my long, thin hands are beautiful. Like, you say so.
I've got little stubby fingers, so I don't join you there. I have a very long palm.
Do have a long palm.
So yeah.
Oh yeah, and then because fingers are so long, one of the diagnosis criteria is being able to do certain hand signs.
Mm,
That's one of the ways that they actually diagnose is the length to width ratio of the wrist and the fingers. All right, so on to the GI,
the best section of all.
the poopiest section of all.
Well, I believe mastocytosis is your area of expertise.
Okay, so mastocytosis. Be doing my commands for all of these. As we did already for EDS. But mastocytosis is a condition that gives me many allergies. Symptoms range from rash, vomiting, life-threatening anaphylaxis. So mostly, okay, thing about mastocytosis, what it is too many mast cells. So the mast cell is part of the immune system, and they, when you have mastocytosis, you have too many of them, they just start building up these mast cells in tissues that they shouldn't be building up into, and they get oversensitive. The biggest block of mast cells in your body is in your digestive tract. So, mastocytosis is often associated with GI problems. So, allergic reactions aren't just anaphylaxis. Most people think allergic reactions, especially food allergies and anaphylaxis. I do have that, especially with certain trigger foods, but there are other foods that are much greater in volume that cause allergic reactions inside the gut. So instead of like my throat closing, it makes its way all the way into the bowels and then the bowels close. Well, the
Yep, which
intestines.
is not fun.
Oh, no, it's not. It hurts like a bitch.
Yeah.
Um,
And there's several issues that that can cause, there's diarrhea, you can have very severe gas, which, if your gas is even bad enough, you can actually have ruptures.
yep. And hemorrhoids, or not
So,
hemorrhoids, what is it called when your guts
are you talking about
hernias. Hernias.
yes. Oh, yes, hernias. I forgot about that. Oh god. Hernias. Fuck. Anyway, sorry. I just was like, "Oh god, I completely forgot."
Anyhow, a lot of pain associated with these kind of reactions.
Yeah.
And then
Um,
also domino effects, like if your bowels are seizing because they're, having an allergic reaction, that can cause a small bowel obstruction, where which is the most painful thing a human can experience. You cannot change my mind.
it actually is considered worse, significantly worse than childbirth, by several women, in fact. Um, it's it's a tough thing to kind of go through. You're basically birthing a child every time, but the only thing you get out of it is maybe a rupture, maybe a very bloody poo, a nice little 4 to 5 day hospital stay. So yeah, it's not fun, it's not enjoyable, and so staying clear of these foods is very, very important, as well as taking certain medications. But the thing is, you can't be certain that everything you're getting food wise is safe.
And this is why I don't eat out.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Yeah. So one of my biggest, most worst reactions, so it's an anaphylaxis reaction, but it's to black pepper. Black pepper is in everything. Everything. They put it out in the restaurants, just like on the tables and shit. Like I'm gonna go into a restaurant that just has something I'm deadly allergic to just sprinkled on over every single surface.
Yeah. That's the one thing, that's always just made me really sad thinking about, is the fact that it's just this one thing for you, but it's everywhere. It is literally everywhere.
Yep.
Um
Well, it's
and
also grapes. Grapes also cause anaphylaxis for me.
oof. Yeah. So, while Shell and I share some food allergies, we also have some that are complete opposites of each other. So it's really funny when I'm like trying to figure out like a food menu to like cook for her, and it's just like, all right, I gotta ask like 4 to 5 questions with multiple ingredients in each question. Like, can you have this, this, and this, and this? Um, and yeah, but we've actually managed to find some stuff that we can both eat. So yeah.
Sometimes. So I am very, very strict about not eating trigger foods. But I recently let one slip by me. Oh gosh. Chocolate. I love
Oh
chocolate.
no!
So the thing is, it's a fermented food. It's not that it's inherently I'm allergic to it, it's that it's a fermented food. So I can get allergy-friendly chocolate, and I do. I eat chocolate all the time. But I went somewhere and I'm like, tasty chocolate. There's nothing in my brain saying I can't have this, even though I can't. And yeah.
I well, funny thing is I was there. So I'm like, I remember like feeling this like nervousness of just like, are you sure? Like,
Well, it was like
but
three ingredients. It was
yeah.
the sorbetto, chocolate, coconut. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. Sorbetto has no dairy. I'm good with raspberries. I'm good with coconut. And I eat chocolate all the time. What could go wrong?
And I went wrong.
Yeah, it went wrong.
Yeah. Some other stuff that can happen, allergic reactions are like diarrhea.
Oh yeah.
Uh, because sometimes what happens is that your muscles end up spasming or they're creating strictures or just basically creating a tighter space. So basically, it's trying to rush through as fast as possible. So there's diarrhea. Sometimes it doesn't get absorbed, so there's just a lot of water in it, so it comes out faster. But you can even have the opposite, where you have constipation. Um, and that's oh so joyous because usually constipation goes hand in hand with the strictures and small bowel obstructions. You can also hemorrhoids are a pretty big thing, and they are not fun.
Oh yeah. Well, when you
Um,
have constant diarrhea, it's really common to get hemorrhoids, no matter what
yeah.
the initial cause was. So for me, a lot of my kind of not anaphylaxis, but doesn't really like to stay down foods. That's just it. They just don't stay down in the first place for me. Like bananas is I can't eat bananas. I love bananas so much. I used to eat a banana every single day. But that's another thing about this disease is the more you're exposed to the same foods, the more your body gets confused and starts thinking that it's something it needs to be allergic to.
Yeah. Rip all the candy I ate as a kid.
Oh,
Ah. So, should we move on to the next one?
yes.
Gastroparesis. So gastroparesis is the paralyzation of your stomach. There can also be paralyzation of basically the entire digestive system, which I have. And basically, it kind of leads to a lot of issues in terms of it's difficult to poop, it's difficult to digest stuff, it's difficult to absorb stuff. Um, and on top of that, you can also have acid reflux pretty commonly because your stomach just fills up and doesn't move down. So I remember when I first got my first small bowel exam done, or my first small bowel x ray series. And the dude who was the technician was like, holy cow, your stomach is massive. And I'm like, thanks. Turns out a year later, that explained why I had so much constipation for most of my life and could barely eat a lot of food because it just I couldn't fit anything in. Um, and it just kept building and building and stretching out the lining of my stomach and causing more and more issues there. And so now I'm on a medication that literally sacrifices 2 to 3 hours of my day just to go to the bathroom. but at least I'm pooping and
Yeah.
I can eat.
Yep. Oh man, when you have health issues that prevent you from eating, just feel like you're withering away, and it's just not a good time.
I can definitely say it's easier for me to lose weight than it is to gain weight.
Oh
And that
yeah.
is not the problem I want to have. I know it's a lot of people talk about like it's so hard to lose weight. And it's like, for me at least, like it is so difficult to gain weight. I literally need to be on carbs, on carbs, on carbs. And that's not what I should be eating to be healthy. Um,
So
so it's like,
I've been
yeah.
noticing I like crash really hard after I eat carbs. Just all protein all the time.
Yeah. I had a whole bowl of buttered popcorn yesterday and I like crashed so hard. Not to mention I was also wearing my black lipstick, so like all the oils were just like getting all over my fingers and you could see like my hand was like dressed in like little black pieces all over.
Gross. Gross. Um, yeah, so can't digest and just like slow. So that's something with mastocytosis too, is like I just digest really, really slow. So that's why I eat dinner at like 5 like an old person. Honestly, sometimes I'm like ready to eat dinner as soon as Did gets home at like 4. Because it just, I'm ready to eat. And then it takes me a long time to digest, and I don't like to go to bed with this full stomach.
Yeah.
Because that leads to acid reflux, which is next on our list. And this also ties in us right into mastocytosis too, because, so did you know, Pepsid, fermentidine, I think it's called fermentidine? Pepsid, whatever Pepsid's called. It works on your H2 blockers. So it is an H2 blocker. You're on the mast cell itself. So when you calm down these mast cells, you don't produce as much acid. And then, when those mast cells aren't calmed down, they produce too much acid. And that causes acid reflux and nausea and vomiting and a lot of these things just kind of like feed back into each other. Feedback loops.
Isn't it joyous?
Yeah. And so I take Pepsid. I take both Pepsid and what's the other one? Can't remember. I take two different antacids daily because well, the one is an antihistamine, Pepsid, and the other mesoprolol also just gets ahead on that feedback loop to help alleviate the symptoms.
Yeah, so I actually cannot take these medications because they're too strong. And so they end up causing a lot more damage because of the lack of acid. And when acid comes back in, basically it causes a huge issue overall.
Mm.
Which leads me into our next point, which is dysautonomia. In terms of like neurological issues that actually happen, dysautonomia is eh. Yeah. So I have an not undiagnosed, but I don't know what type of dysautonomia I have. I am diagnosed with dysautonomia. They just don't know what type. For Shell, she has POTS, which is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome.
So I actually was reading an article about POTS this morning that they've connected it more to autoimmune and autoinflammatory disease.
Ah,
Oh, I should send that to you. Post it in the
please
glitch
do.
cord. But anyhow,
So,
POTS for short. POTS just rolls off the tongue a little bit better than postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Oh, stay hydrated, y'all.
it's telling me to stay hydrated, and I just took a sip of tea, which is a dehydrator.
It's actually been going for an hour. Usually I like to get up and stretch. Do you want to take a stretch break before we talk about POTS?
Sure.
All
Make
right.
our POTS either worse or better.
I get up and stretch every hour because of my POTS. It just gets my blood out of my
Ah,
feet.
good plan.
So I said glitch cord. That's the Glitchco Discord. That's my stream team. How about we listen to this little blurb about Glitchco while I stretch? I'm not going anywhere, I'm just taking a quick stretch. Hello, viewers. I am Shell, and I have several invisible disabilities. An invisible disability is a condition that limits a person's mobility or activity in a way that isn't outwardly obvious. There are many types, all of which presenting their own challenges. I am a Glitchco stream team member. Glitchco is a diverse group of content creators dedicated to sharing our experiences living with invisible disabilities. We are community-focused individuals who strive to raise awareness, destigmatize, and have open, honest dialogues about the realities of living with invisible disabilities. If you or a loved one lives with an invisible disability, you are welcome to join our Discord server, a safe, supportive, educational space for all. Type command glitch into chat for a direct link to our Discord server, or to learn about my specific glitches, type command disabled. Thank you for supporting disabled streamers. Now back to the live stream. Alright, and then we're back. That feels so much better.
Feels both good and bad because I think I overstretched.
Oh no!
It happens whenever I stretch in general. I just tend to overstretch slightly.
Hmm.
I'm still learning how to not do that.
Yeah, so it's definitely a balance.
Yeah.
So that's funny because POTS causes you to lose your balance a lot.
Hmm.
So I notice I don't faint a whole lot from my POTS, but that's just
Mm.
because I can like feel it coming and I like fling myself on my bed or a couch or whatever's nearby.
Yeah. So I kind of have a slight advantage, I guess, because of my dysautonomia. Where specifically, whatever I have for some reason, medications, food, anything I intake is like 20 times stronger than what it would be for a normal person. So, for example, if I drink a lot of electrolyte water, I'm totally fine. Like, I don't really have an issue too much. Um, the problem is making sure I drink water because I have a very, very strong tea addiction. um, but that basically, I don't have as many of my issues anymore now that I've found electrolyte water for myself.
That too.
So, yeah.
I've I'm working with a neurologist right now because we've tried medication for my heart rate, so my heart rate is just generally too high. Um, and that also leads to my migraine. My POTS and my migraine issues are connected to in a way that I don't understand because I'm not a neurologist. So, I just kind of take the drugs that he tells me to and then stop when they make me sicker and then report his findings until something sticks. But so far, nothing's been sticking, so I don't know what to say more about that other than it sucks. And it's still something that,
If we could do like a nerve transplant, I'd give you some of my nerves that have way too much fun with stuff. And then maybe some of those medications would stick a little bit better.
oh, yeah, so that's something that's weird. I thought with EDS, it's like pain medicine doesn't work as well.
So here's the thing. It does for me, but it works too well. So I can overdose very quickly.
That sounds bad.
Yes, it is. So, for example, when you have Tylenol, instead, if I overdose on Tylenol, and by overdose, I mean like more than 500 milligrams or 650 milligrams, which you typically get extra strength Tylenol. That's like the most common one you buy from the store. I don't know why they decide to have extra strength all the time. Um, but it's the most frequent one, it's the most common one to buy. And so typically the amount that you take is somewhere between 100 milligrams every so every 6 hours,
Mm.
or you can do, trying to do math here, 300 milligrams every 8 hours. And the thing is, if I were to do those amounts, it actually causes the opposite effect of what it should be doing. So it actually heightens my nerves, causes more of an issue, and I actually get migraines.
Huh.
It's the same thing with alcohol. I get very drunk very quickly. uh, I can drink half, no, not even. I can drink like 5 sips of a wine and be wasted.
So I know there's different types of dysautonomia.
Mhm.
What type would that sensitivity fall under?
I'm not sure. It's one of those things that it's not everybody with dysautonomia has it. It's not as common, but it is one of the symptoms potentially.
I see. Yeah, because I don't have that at all. That sounds fun. Well, I do.
Uh,
I
it sounds fun.
I can't tolerate alcohol at all.
Yeah.
Like there is no fun to be had with alcohol. It's just 0 to sick. And
Oh, yeah.
if it's
Well,
wine, it's 0 to dead.
that's kind of the same for me for the most part, unless I'm like sipping like once every like 30 minutes, like one sip. I'm good. I mean, you already know this because you were at my bachelorette party and I was very drunk.
I mean, I was there,
um,
but I also wasn't policing how much you're drinking.
I literally had like two, like 1/8 glasses of wine. That's
Wow.
how bad it was. But anyway, so a lot of the time when it comes to medications, for example, one of my antidepressants, I actually had to do liquid medication for it, an oral liquid medication, and I had to dose it out by milligram
Wow.
and slowly build up a tolerance for it because if I took even just like a 5 milligram pill of it, it would have been too much. So it does have its downsides where like, yeah, medication works so much better, but it's also like medication works a little too well and sometimes overdosages happen and it's not fun. So yeah. Um so past that, another
Oh.
thing we have is low blood pressure.
Well, that's part of POTS, right? Low blood
Mhm.
pressure, high pulse rate. That's. Oh, wait. Is that POTS or dysautonomia?
POTS is high heart rate, but overall dysautonomia is low blood pressure.
Ah. Well, and it comes from EDS. The lining, the blood vessels are made out of a lot of connective tissue. So instead of being these like nice thin little tubes like they should be, they're just kind of fat and wonky. So
Mhm.
the blood pressure sucks. It's like, just having low water pressure in your house, just like instead of like having a nice jet stream, it just kind of like meanders around my body. I have a lazy river of blood, not necessarily a heart rate.
Yeah. Uh Joyous. And this also causes issues with postural orthostatic changes. So, what we mean by that is if we change in terms of like going from laying to sitting, sometimes we can have issues just like with our brains getting fuzzy and dizzy and fatigue hitting us. Before I was taking medication and also doing electrolyte water and making sure I had very high salt amounts of food and everything like that. Um, I was pretty much every time I would try to sit up or even go from sitting to standing, my vision would completely gray out, meaning I could not see anything for about a minute.
Mhm. Mine
Um,
is so bad I can't bend over. Like, if something's too low for me, I try to like bend over to look, like, I'm done. Gives me a
mm,
headache, all the blood rushes in my head, and just I'm done. And we're back.
woohoo. I think I'm sounding way too excited for all these really bad things.
I'm excited to share my struggles with the world. It,
That
it,
that's a good point.
it feels good to be understood.
Yes, I do agree with that one. So we were talking about kind of like the dizziness, the lightheadedness. So what also goes hand in hand there is nausea. When you're dizzy, probably nauseous as well. Um,
Oh, that's the wrong one. This one. Yeah, I am dizzy all the time. All the time. Every minute of my life, I am dizzy.
luckily, I'm not too dizzy most of the time. My biggest thing is brain fog,
It too.
um, which is interesting because for those of you that may not know, I also have autism. And with that, I also have mnemonic memory. And that basically means that I remember like long digits of numbers or phrases. I can basically draw something that I see exactly. I can copy basically any sort of drawing or handwriting, whatever I need to, just from looking at it. And the problem is when you also have brain fog, but you remember everything, it means that you remember everything from when you don't have the brain fog, and then you have the brain fog, and then you don't remember anything. And I wasn't always this way. So when the brain fog came about, I was like super confused as to why like there were missing pieces of like my day. So, yeah.
Brain fog. So I have a hard time separating like my brain fog and migraines because migraines are like a neurological condition, and that's a big reason why I stream under the tag neurological condition is because of the brain fog. Because I'll be talking and I'll just like get stuck on a word, and it's a word that I know. I've said it before. It's somewhere in there. It's just for some reason there's just a blockage between me and that word, and then I get lost of where I was entirely. And so sometimes that's entertaining, but sometimes it's frustrating. So I just kind of like to warn people before they come in what they're getting into.
Yeah. Um, I do get migraines as well, but not nearly as much as Shell does. And I know that you need medications essentially to be able to help with these things. And do you kind of want to explain a little bit about like what is the difference between a migraine and a headache and why it's so much fucking worse?
Okay, so like I said, migraine is a neurological condition. So the headache is only one phase of an entire migraine. So there's 4 stages of the migraine. First, there's the prodrome, and this can last days, where you're feeling this brain fog, you're feeling this something's off. Sometimes you just have that like that off feeling, like there's something wrong. I can feel it. A migraine's gonna hit, and it sucks. So there's all sorts of symptoms just related with that particular stage, and then there's the aura stage. So Excedrin actually did an amazing video documentary kind of thing about what people see when they have migraine aura, and there's just it's really hard to explain, but like your vision has parts of it cut out, and it's very disorienting, and it doesn't, for me, it doesn't last very long, but when the aura hits, I know the headache is next, and so that's the next phase, and that's what people think of when they think migraine. They only think about the headache, and that's when you have a headache that's also with nausea and vomiting, with extreme photosensitivity. Some people it's also sound sensitivity, some people it's also smell sensitivity. There's a lot of things that happen like during the headache that aren't just head pain that makes it a migraine headache. And then after that's done, there's a whole nother phase afterwards called the postdrome, where it's like a recovery period where you have more brain fog. And I call it the migraine hangover because it feels like you're just extra sluggish. And like I also get extra like joint fatigue pains when I'm in that post-drome, and it's the whole process is a migraine, not just the headache.
And another thing about the headache is just the headache section, in particular, I always find is the most debilitating.
Oh yeah,
And
when
you cannot do anything. There's
no.
no ifs, ands, or buts. Even showering is painful.
Showering, try like watching TV. No,
Oh, yeah. Ugh.
I am laying in a dark room with I actually have a weighted eye mask that's amazing for when I have migraines. Just eyes closed. Can't actually sleep. Like, I pray for sleep. So if I can get to sleep, for me, usually if I can get to sleep, I'll sleep it off.
Mm.
I know that's not true for everyone who suffers from migraines, but for me that's the case. But usually
Yeah.
I can't sleep when I have a migraine. I'm just lying in the dark, hoping I can sleep. And that's, for me, why meditation is so important. I feel like if I didn't like practice meditation when I don't have a migraine, when I'm in the process of, laying in the dark with a migraine, like that's what I do is just pass time until it's over.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I'm, again, a little bit fortunate about with dysautonomia and unfortunate with is the medication thing. That when I do get migraines, I can just take an acetaminophen or a Tylenol or something like that and just like get knocked the fuck out.
Mhm.
And so
That's
I just sleep through most of it.
mhm.
Um,
So that's something that's been really amazing for me with my current neurologist. So I have an allergy to triptans. So triptans are usually the main medication people use to prevent, or to not prevent, well, yeah, prevent and to as rescue medications for migraines, but I'm allergic to them. And so my first doctor didn't know what to do with me. So now with my current neurologist, I have found a rescue medication that actually works for me. So when I get to the aura phase, I can take the rescue medication, kind of skip the headache phase. I just kind of sleep through it, but then I still have to deal with that post-drome phase. And even though I have the rescue medication that helps with the worst part of it, I still have that neurological condition that lasts for a week at a time for me.
yeah.
And then there's one other thing we didn't talk about with dysautonomia that is really bad for me. Oh, it's actually not too bad right now. Shaking. I have a
Oh,
tremor.
yeah.
Oh, my tremor is much worse in this hand because this is the wrist that's completely effed.
I don't know if I'm bad right now. A little bit, but that's just because I have a lot of caffeine.
Mm.
I don't have too much in terms of shaking unless, this goes hand in hand with my Raynaud's, which is a condition in terms of your extremities are very hard at regulating temperature. So my fingers are often very cold, but that also influences like the rest of my body. And so whenever I get super cold, I shake like the dickens. I am literally like jittering back and forth like this
Yeah.
from the cold. And it is not fun.
Well, this goes back to the veins mostly being connective tissue, and how bodies usually regulate temperature is it literally moves the veins closer to the skin when it's hot, so you can let out that heat, and then when it's cold, it brings them closer in. But when your connective tissue doesn't work so well, that process doesn't work so well, and then you get cold easily.
Yeah.
So yeah, I also shake like shake, and yeah, I shake like a chihuahua.
Oh, that is kind of the best imagery. Oh, thanks, thanks, Shotgun Sean. Oh goodness. So why don't we move on to our skin, our best feature.
The silver lining.
The silver lining, but also not the silver lining.
Yeah.
So one of the big things that we've kind of already touched on a little bit is mast cell activation syndrome, which is MCAS, which also correlates with mastocytosis. And so previously we were talking about the which version of it is it? The
Aggressive systemic.
systemic version. Thank you. And now we're talking about the cutaneous version. And systemic refers to internally, basically, when it doesn't affect the skin. Cutaneous is referring to when it does affect the skin.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Shell's already talked a lot about like just what allergies do, and we kind of like roughly touched on it, but those are mainly just food.
Yeah.
There's so much more. There's a whole world out there.
Much more. So there's 3 main groups of allergies. There's food allergies, environmental allergies, and then contact allergies, skin allergies. I'm allergic to everything. So you talked about earlier about when you get a needle poked in you for, it happens all the time when you have autoimmune, or not autoimmune, chronic illness. But for me, my biggest issue is the skin. When I get poked with a needle, usually those needles are made out of nickel, and so I have an allergic reaction on the skin. And that can be anywhere from like a little tiny dime to like my entire limb going, depending on what exactly they injected me with.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. One of the fairly common ones with EDS is adhesive.
Oh, yeah, latex. I am
Latex,
very allergic to latex.
adhesive, different types of glue. So for example, a Band-Aid. As simple as a Band-Aid. So I got moles removed recently, and there's actually one on my face that I got removed. And the thing is that you have to keep a Band-Aid on for over a week.
Yep.
And so I was getting rashes around this healing part of my body.
Yep. I got a mole removed because it was like right where my underwire of my bra rubs. And so I just got it removed for comfort reasons. And yeah, that Band-Aid for the week, the Band-Aid did way more damage than taking a slice of skin off.
It's absolutely ridiculous. And sometimes, there's one of the solutions for dislocations, subluxations, and keeping your joints together is KT tape. But a large portion of people with EDS are actually allergic to it.
Yep.
And it's just absolutely insane. Latex is another one, which, a lot of resistance bands for physical therapy
I have some
can be
latex-free
allergic
ones.
to. There's also luckily the company remedied this, but there was a company that actually came out with a giant body band for EDS. But the problem was the initial one was created with latex. Luckily, they heard quite a few pleas from the EDS community and decided to make one that was not made of latex. So it's just, there's a lot of products out there. There are latex gloves that doctors still use.
Depends on the state. Because here in Arizona, they're not allowed to use latex anymore.
That's true. However, the bans for taking blood can be latex.
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess technically it's like in a doctor's office.
Yeah. So there's still like things here and there that just cause a lot of issues. Another thing is, if you have a latex allergy and you're getting it on safely, you got to make sure that the condoms you use are not latex. And that's a massive thing because imagine having an allergic reaction down there.
I don't have to imagine
it. So yeah, there's a lot of different things. Even some food allergies that I still have contact dermatitis.
Mhm.
because of it. So that means that I get rashes just touching it.
Yep.
Wheat is one of those things that literally, if I touch it, I start getting burning on my hands. So, yeah. Environmental allergies. While, wheat is fairly common, and it does work for a lot of people, just in general. Like, it helps with anxiety, it helps with seizures, it helps with a whole lot of different things.
Digestive
And
issues.
yeah, and even Shell uses it. The thing is, if I smell the smoke, I get a migraine immediately. And it is not fun, and I am actually allergic to weed.
So I'm allergic to mesquite, and if I
Mm.
smell mesquite burning, I will get a migraine immediately. Mesquite grows fucking everywhere here, and people use mesquite to smoke foods all the time. So that's another food allergy. That's actually an environmental allergy that is also a smoke allergy.
Mhm.
A lot of these things just kind of intertwine.
Yeah, and there's, like, pollen and honey,
Mm.
there's a whole bunch of different things, and, allergy seasons.
Oh my God. It's my worst allergy season now, and I'm not having a good time.
Oh, goodness. I just yesterday, I accidentally, held one of my cats too tight, and my eyes were all puffed up, and then my cat decided to sleep next to my pillow, and I'm like, "I can't do this, man." And my eyes are swelling up. Oh, God. It's just seasonal allergies, everything under the sun, like, it's just everything kinda sucks, and then chemical allergies are a big thing too.
So this
Um,
affects me greatly because I
yeah.
don't even wear makeup at all anymore because my chemical allergies are so severe. And I'm also allergic to propylene glycol, which is a stabilizer, a binding agent that is in it's in everything. It's in a lot of toiletries. It's in food, it's in eye drops, it's in everything. And so
Oh, yeah, and I am actually allergic to it too. It's also in a medication called Miralax,
it is.
which is supposed to help with pooping. But,
So,
when you get anaphylaxis from trying to poop,
gosh, I should.
it's not a whole lot of fun. And, because of all these allergies, one of the things that can happen is infections, and they are no fucking joke.
Yeah, for me growing up,
Absolutely.
I had ear, nose, and throat infections constantly because that's just where my allergies, especially seasonal allergies, are the worst.
Mhm.
So when I was in fourth grade, so nine, when my rheumatoid arthritis, a lot of my autoimmune disease, like really kicked off, my eye allergies were so bad they thought I had like pink eye because my eyes are just like so swollen and like falling out of my skull. But it was just really severe allergies, seasonal allergies.
Yeah. It's one of those rough things, and, like, I constantly get ear infections. Um, UTIs was a huge thing for me. It wasn't until after I had basically done another series of the pneumonia vaccine that my infection's starting to get slightly better. Um, and before then, I was, oh God, I was pretty much getting UTIs constantly, like every other day or something.
Oh wow.
Was like, if it cleared up, there was another one. If it cleared up, there was another one. And, a lot of the time, people with EDS can't necessarily take antibiotics. Um, some of them, because some of them actually can rupture tendons.
Hmm.
And so that's a whole lot of fun. I basically am like, anytime somebody's like, take antibiotics, I'm like, nope, I'm sorry. I understand that this is important. But I need to do research into what you're asking me to go into and make sure I consult with another doctor on it. Um, But to each their own, to each body their own in terms of that kind of stuff. But that's my personal method.
Another
Um,
issue with infections is that we have such a freaking high pain tolerance. So one time I got a sinus infection and I'm like, oh, this sucks. My head hurts and I have an infection, obviously, but it's fine. I can deal. I can deal. I can deal. And then all of a sudden I couldn't deal anymore. I couldn't breathe. And I went to urgent care and the sinus infection crept into my lungs and it became a upper respiratory infection.
Hmm.
And I had to get some like hardcore steroids so the antibiotics would work fast enough to clear shit
Yeah.
out. And that the steroids that they gave me caused some issues with my EDS because they're the type that destroy fat cells, which sounds like a
Oh.
great thing. You're like, oh yeah, fat cells are destroy them, right? But except for they took down some nerves with it. So it was very, very painful. That's actually the only time I've like fainted from needles was when I got that shot. But I'm
Wow.
not sure if it was the needles or just the whole traumatic experience. But anyhow, infections, not only are we more likely to get them, but we're also more likely to ignore them because we have huge pain tolerances.
Yeah. And they're more likely to stay around for a while.
Oh yeah, slow healing time.
Hmm. Um, so yeah. Which kind of brings me into our next point, which is fragile skin. Uh, I tend to get a lot of external infections, which what I mean by that is like if a cat scratches me, I have 4 cats, by the way. Uh, I need to immediately put an antibiotic cream on that spot, and I need to do it for like 10 days after. And it still gets infected during that time. But it's the only way that it won't turn into a much bigger issue. Um, and
I'm
yeah,
I'm
it's just not fun.
I'm lucky in that regard that my skin doesn't infect as easily, but I do
Mhm.
get cuts all the time. Cuts and bruises that just show up in my body, and I have no idea where they're from.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so of course, fragile skin for EDS is in reference to, again, we produce defective collagen. And what is skin made of?
Collagen. Well, so
A.
the outer layer is not made out of collagen, and so that's
Mhm.
why we have that beauty glow. And then the under layer is all collagen, and that's the layer that's just effed.
Ooh, eczema. Yeah.
Oof. I am so sorry to hear that. Draken.
Yeah. I have psoriasis on my legs that I have to keep very uh good track of with medication. Um so I understand that it's just it's not fun.
Yeah,
Um
my mother has psoriasis, psoriatic arthritis,
mm,
and my sister has HS, which I forget what that actually stands for, but it's an autoimmune skin condition where she gets like cuts, lesions, abrasions on her skin that are really nasty, and they have a tendency to get infected.
mhm. So Jellyfish Crown brought up a good question, which is how would having EDS affect getting a tattoo? Which we're about to get into in terms of like what happens with our skin in terms of just general everyday use, and then we'll play it into how does that get influenced via tattoos. So we have bad bruising. We bruise super easily. Most of the time, I don't even know where my bruises are from because they just happen without me even realizing.
Mhm.
Um, Another thing is atopic scarring is fairly common. Uh, and a lot of the time that is influenced by surgery. Surgery sites are just an absolute nightmare when you're dealing with healing of those areas. It's just like,
Well,
yeah.
it depends on how traumatized the skin was, because I have
Mm,
a spot that was bruised badly, that it was a blunt object bruised me, and it just did so much damage that I have an atopic scar there.
Hmm.
The skin just it's weird too because like it didn't break the skin. The skin was just crushed and then it never like expanded back.
Hmm. Yeah, I have it's a small scar, but it's still a scar nonetheless, and it was just from me being a kid and like slipping and bumping my chin on the edge of the bathtub.
So this can like really come down to your tattoo artist. So if you have a bad artist and he's blowing out your tattoo, you're effed. And also
Yeah.
because we have these allergies, so red dye in particular is known to be irritating, and I do have a red tattoo, and it was the most irritating of all the inks that I have. Um, but I've also heard from tattoo artists that they love tattooing EDS skin because it holds the color really well
Mhm.
because it doesn't heal very fast. And that slow healing process is actually beneficial when you're getting a tattoo. If it heals too fast, you push a lot of the ink out, and if it heals nice and slow, it retains that ink. So, yeah, a lot of people with EDS have beautifully colored tattoos because that. But like I said, it does come down to your artist. If they're not capable of doing that, that's you don't want to trust them with your fragile skin.
Yeah. And our skin is so fragile that like we can get abrasion rashes. Literally, sand is awful. Sand is the worst. Walking on sand is absolutely awful, and I get the worst freaking rashes. And it's the same like with the bottom of like swimming pools.
Yep.
Any single time I touch the bottom of a pool, I feel like I need to wear water shoes in the pool. Before we move on, so Dr. Proctor, your comment, I'm black and eczema discolored my skin so badly it became pinkish white on my face. Um, the scarring that can happen from that can basically just cause a huge amount of issues. It can prevent melanin from actually moving into your and healing over your skin properly. And as well as like one of the things my dermatologist always talks to me about is like, all right, you're healing. Don't put your face in the sun, or don't put your healing piece into the sun. So like if I also got a mole cut out on my back, and I wear a lot of crop tops. And so basically, like right where my crop top ends, just below it is the mole. So I actually had to keep that completely covered too. And so I just had like this weird, like little band aid covered spot that was like pale as fuck. Because everywhere else was tan due to my skin showing there.
So that's something that I've wondered about a lot. So, believe it or not, I'm actually mixed race. I am half Hispanic, and I don't look it at all. And if you looked at pictures of me when I was little, I looked like a little Hispanic baby. Like I was very dark. And then as I've gotten older, I've gotten lighter. Um, Part of that is because I don't go out into the sun a whole lot, and I do wear a lot of sunscreen. But I think part of it is just autoimmune disease eating away that melanin.
Hmm. Yeah. It can cause a whole lot of issues. And two, different people, you know, tan or burn in different ways. And a lot of the time when you are fairly fair, you can burn very easily and instead of tanning, but it can also happen with, you know, someone of color too. It just really depends on how your skin fares. For some people, it doesn't do very well, and a lot of people with EDS, it does not do very well. Um, so yeah.
And that's something else. So my skin doesn't really burn, or at least it didn't. I don't know, because I always wear sunscreen now. But when I was a
Hmm.
kid, and I would, be out a lot, and sunscreen, you put it on once and then forget about it. Even though my skin wouldn't burn, it would still peel.
Mm,
So it would just like get so dark and then peel. And
yeah.
then it would be light underneath again.
So I guess, as we're coming out of our peeling cocoons here, maybe we should talk a little bit about the good side of our skin. Uh, and
Ooh.
basically, our skin is pretty fucking great in terms of like its softness. It's
Oh,
silky soft.
it's
It's baby bottom skin.
it's intoxicating to the other sex too. It's
Oh,
just
yes.
like they can't help themselves. They just want to pet you.
Yeah. Although I will say, I do have a very dry face, and the skin up there is pretty rough in terms of everything. But that's more due to an autoimmune issue in terms of my face. But, for the rest of my skin, it is super, super freaking soft. Um, and the other benefit of that is pretty much forever young.
Well, forever young to a point,
To a point, yeah.
because
Um,
because that underside of the skin is the part that's not very well put together.
mhm.
At some point, it does fall apart and you get hella wrinkles.
Oh, yeah.
But the
Um,
softness, the outside texture will forever be soft.
soft wrinkles.
Yeah.
Why does that remind me of like those cute little bulldogs that have all the wrinkles, but they're like short-haired and so soft?
Yeah, no, that's like
Oh,
old person EDS. That's
that's so cute.
oh man, now I know which grandmother gave it to me.
The other thing is, we're gonna look young for a while, but that also influences how people view us in
Mm,
terms of, they can't see our disability because, we talk about like being crabby old ladies because we got the worst joints.
yep.
Um, but the reality is on the outside, we look perfectly normal to everybody else. And one of the phrases I think that's a good phrase is, able is a four-letter word where just because we look like this does not mean that we're not struggling with a lot of stuff. And, both Shell and I are disabled. Um, and it's it's a difficult thing that when people are like, "Oh, you look so good," or "Oh, you're so young," like, "How could you deal with that?" Or like, "Oh, poor baby," or
You're too
what
pretty to be in a wheelchair.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know if I've talked about this on stream previously when we had a chat. But one of the worst fucking things that I've had was when I was at the zoo. I walked to go get a wheelchair. And so somebody saw me walking up to go get a wheelchair and later confronted me while I was in the wheelchair when my fiance went to the bathroom. So I was alone and was like, "Oh, what happened? Are you okay? I saw you walk in." And it was this older lady, probably a grandma. And I was like, immediately without stopping, gave the like the absolute definition of EDS, like the scientific one. And she was like, "Oh, so it's an ouchie ouchie boo boo?" Like the fuck? God.
I feel like that flex on her, like she whatever you said just went whoosh,
Oh my god.
and
It,
that's
it's
what she came up with.
Yeah, but it's just like this is the kind of thing that we have to deal with. And
Oh
it's
yeah.
like this is so goddamn annoying.
It's nobody's responsibility in a wheelchair to educate you. No one has that on their shoulders.
So we were trying to make this baby bottom skin and the forever young thing a positive point, but I just came in with the absolute salt. Oh, sorry about that.
I wanna be forever young. No, I don't. That's I don't know. It's there's more to. people getting older than just skin, and I think that is something I've only really noticed because of EDS. You can notice like how bone structure changes a little bit more and oh, that's it, bone structure. Like people's noses never stop growing, so you can tell how old somebody is by how big their nose is.
I did not know that.
Because your nose is cartilage.
Oh, well. Hmm. So here's the thing that I have is the fact that my body eats my cartilage. So maybe
Maybe that's
for
part
people
of the
that have
reason.
normal growing cartilage.
Maybe that's part of the reason why we look forever young, that people haven't really put two and two together, because our nose
Mm,
doesn't keep growing like a normal person's does.
that's true. That's true. Um, so, Jellyfish Crown, are you okay if we hold off on that question until after we're done? We just have one more section, but I feel like that's actually like something that we can like spend a good portion on.
Yeah.
So, and I want to make sure that we do it right for you.
So should we just move into cardio?
Yes, we should.
So, heart issues.
We're heartbreakers in our own right, mostly in our own bodies.
So, yeah. I also have a hard time really separating the POTS away from cardio issues because there's a lot of things that kind of overlap.
Hmm.
We have the low blood pressure, high heart rate, um, fainting, getting lightheaded, needing to keep the blood from pooling out of my feet constantly.
Yeah, it does go hand in hand most of the time. So I feel like we've kind of like already basically touched on that part. So we can move on to like more of the stuff that like is uh more
Unique.
uh individualized towards cardio issues. So one of them, I kind of briefly talked about it earlier, is heart palpitations. Hey. So,
Ayy.
you know, your heart skips a beat or it goes a little too fast. Um, these are not fun to deal with. Kind of when they happen, it's very debilitating. When they're more severe, there can be times where it will just randomly hit you, and you have to either like be on the ground or sitting somewhere and laying down to be able to handle it. Um, and so the reason why this happens is again, we talked about kind of how organs tend to prolapse and they have lots of issues in terms of that. And the heart is a muscle. And so that muscle is also an organ that prolapses because it's having a hard time sticking to itself, trying to connect to other things. It's just effective all around. So, how the regurgitation happens is actually because the heart muscles, it's not properly being able to move the right way. It can have spasms randomly, it can start to prolapse upon itself. Um, and it's not a fun thing. I have been officially diagnosed with heart palpitations and regurgitation in at least three of my valves. Uh, so yeah.
That's something I've gotten really fortunate with, is I don't have a lot of the heart issues associated with EDS except for the large heart. My heart
Mm.
is big, both literally and metaphorically.
That is very, very true. And Draken, Draken? Sorry. I'm very bad with pronouncing things, but I feel some palpitations from time to time after I got COVID. I absolutely hate it. I'm always scared I'm going to die. That is honestly the feeling.
Yep.
It really is. It's not great. It hurts a lot. And on top of it, it sends you into a panic attack, which makes it infinitely worse. The stress from it alone ends up feeding back into it. And as Shell likes to utilize this term, it's a feedback loop. It's just keeps happening, and it's not fun to try and deal with those things. So yeah, I'm sorry you have to deal with that. But we feel ya. We definitely feel ya.
So, POTS is becoming a lot more common knowledge in the last year because a lot of people are developing POTS after getting COVID. So,
Hmm.
I'm really sorry that you're one of the people who are experiencing those kind of symptoms after COVID.
Yeah.
That's you're not alone in that at all.
And kind of bringing up kind of like the sensation of like scared I'm going to die kind of thing. One of my conditions, Raynaud's, which I struggle to regulate my own temperature, and it can cause a lot of issues for me. When I intake too much caffeine, or if I end up taking Zyrtec for some freaking reason, it is my rescue allergy med. But the thing is, I can't take it consistently because if I do, for some reason, my system will get too excited. And when that happens, my muscles spasm around my veins and actually cause a lot of issues with my heart, with my breathing, with how my head is working. And it actually causes this horrible, horrible sensation of like ice throughout my veins. And it feels like I'm going to die. And so it's an absolutely awful feeling. And it's just another thing on top of what we already struggle with.
Little cherry on top.
Yeah.
And so icy veins, that's Raynaud's, yeah?
Hmm.
So
Yes.
I also have a hard time distinguishing Raynaud's from POTS because so Raynaud's is particularly when you're too cold, right? Is when the for me the blood like completely leaves my fingertips and my fingertips will turn purple.
Hmm.
Um
Yeah.
and that is Raynaud's, but uh how is that necessarily different from just POTS in general where my blood sloshes around?
It's very similar in terms of everything, but from what I've read at least, what it kind of influences is the muscles themselves.
Hmm.
And it's similar to what we discussed where like the vein, when you're cold, it tries to come in more. But in this case, it's like it's trying to come in more, but it's also like causing lots of problems trying to get it there. So it's like trying to drag it down, but at the same time, it's also squeezing it and causing more and more issues.
Hmm.
And sometimes even failing to bring it further down. Instead, we just start shivering all frickin' over and yay.
Yep.
So, yeah. But, you know, we talked a lot about like the bad stuff. So Jellyfish Crown had a good question, which is what was the process of getting diagnosed? So because there are so many different conditions, it really depends. It's gotten easier for more people to get diagnosed in the past like 5 years than it has been in any other time period. Uh, because it's become more and more known about. And this is kind of the case too with a lot of other conditions. It's not just EDS, it's not just dysautonomia, it's also like, for example, autism. It's more common for people to understand the difference between bipolar and borderline personality disorder. It's more common for people to understand what is complex PTSD. Versus bipolar. Like there's a bunch of other stuff out there that's getting diagnosed a lot easier because we're finally aware of more of these things and we're being more open about them. We're talking about them more often and we're being loud about it. We're being like, hey, this is not okay for us to be dealing with alone with no medical care.
Or underdiagnosed. You might have both, you know? So for me, I have rheumatoid arthritis on top of EDS. And so the
Yes.
rheumatoid arthritis is easy to find. if you know what blood work you're trying to look for, you look for the markers in the blood. Here are the markers. You have rheumatoid arthritis. So bam, you have a label, get out of my office, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was underdiagnosed for 30 years. And I didn't think EDS until, one, my cousin was diagnosed, so I knew it was running in my family. And two, I had a severe episode. So I had an allergic reaction that put me in the hospital, and that got me diagnosed with MAX, or mast cell activation syndrome, mastocytosis. And then that diagnosis, because they go hand in hand, I was able to see an EDS specialist who diagnosed me with EDS. So everyone's diagnosis journey is going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a lot easier to get diagnosed now than when I was born. So
Yeah.
who
So
knows?
I'm actually experiencing a little bit of lightheadedness right now. So if it's all right, I'd like to take a bio break to go get some electrolyte water to help my head.
That sounds perfect. Nightbot's telling me to get up and stretch, but we can take a longer break.
Sounds
Just,
good. And we'll be back to talk more about the process of getting diagnosed.
yep. And other treatments like, okay, so this sucks. What do you do about it? We'll get to that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. Thank you in advance for your patience. It is now water time.
It is more like water time.
It's always
Oh my
water
God.
time. So I'm on a lot of like subreddits for the different diagnoses that I have,
Mhm.
and carrying water with you everywhere seems to be a POTS thing.
Oh yeah. That's one of the things I always struggle with is remembering to bring my water bottle with me. Brain fog is a bitch.
Yeah,
Uh,
mine's just like hardwired into me. 'Cause I was also a band kid,
mm,
and so, you know, logical to bring a big ass water jug onto the field with you. And then
mm.
I just carried it around with me all day while I was at school. So I just carry my water bottle with me everywhere. Literally everywhere.
So I did the not smart thing, and as Draken has said, I'm a tea enthusiast. I am also a tea enthusiast, and therefore I brought bottles of tea with me everywhere. I have gotten so like dehydrated.
Well, so
Um, so
I was
yeah.
born and raised here in the desert of Arizona, and
Mm,
so I did get heat stroke and serious dehydrations on a few occasions that left me in really rough shape.
yeah.
So I think that's probably I am a lot more sensitive to dehydration too, so that's why just need my water with me. Also, back to the ears, nose, and throat thing, I have Sjorgen's syndrome. So I've collected many autoimmune disorders. So Sjorgen's, it's one of those words that has the two dots above it, and I don't know how
Mm,
any of those vowels are actually supposed to be pronounced. So, but what it is an autoimmune disease attacking the fluids in your ears, nose, and throats, or eyes. So like don't really produce enough eye drops, enough tears,
mhm.
as a normal person, and yeah, Sjorgen's, that's a thing. I don't know where I was going with that. I lost my track. Brain fog.
So let's go back into the diagnosing. Like I said, it's gotten a lot easier to be diagnosed in the past few years than it has previously. In terms of getting diagnosed, I know that one of the big problems for a lot of people is actually where they live. That finding doctors that are specialized or even know about things is extremely hard because there's so few of them.
Well, this is just going back to the whole purpose of today, Rare Disease Day, is
Yeah.
that if it's a rare disease, who's gonna specialize in it? You know? Maybe one person, and do they live near you? Do they live in the same state as you? Do they live in the
Yeah.
same country as you?
Which is, it's a really big thing. A lot of people who are now diagnosed with EDS actually had to self diagnose until they could find a specialist. And that meant traveling like thousands of miles potentially. It really depends on the person, but for me, for example, I lived in on the central coast of California, and there was nobody who was specialized there. Absolutely nobody, because it's a bunch of small coastal towns, and it's just that's it, you know. Um, but it took traveling 4 hours by car, sometimes 5 hours, down to LA to go see literally the top specialists in the world to get diagnosed. And it was a long and hard process, and it was a lot of money too. Because, you know, having to drive down there, having to do all these extensive tests, I couldn't just go right back up home because my body couldn't handle it. So there were times that it was just literally almost $1,000 per trip just because of the tests that I had to get done. I had to make sure I ate, we had to get some place to sleep, like all that stuff. And it was very difficult. And sometimes we were there for multiple days because a lot of the tests needed me to come back the next day. Um, I was lucky enough that during that process, I found some amazing doctors. Absolutely fantastic. But again, it's a product of the area. Um,
Yeah.
and
So
it's difficult.
I that's one thing that's kind of nice about living in the deserts of Arizona is that people come here to retire, and so there are a lot of doctors here. So there's a lot of specialists. There's not enough rheumatologists for as many people with rheumatoid arthritis that live here, but there are more rheumatologists here than in like that area in California where Rogue
Mhm.
is from. So in that I've been kind of lucky that I have all my specialists, my doctor team is all, I say close, but there are doctors that I do drive an hour one way to go see just because that's how huge Phoenix is.
Yeah. But it's worth it, you
Oh
know,
yeah.
in terms of like that's why I actually moved out here. Because I ended up finding so many specialists out here. In fact, the like conference, the EDS conference that happens every year, a lot of the times it's out here in Scottsdale. So it's like this is the place to go most of the time for diagnosing, but there are other specialists too. And one thing I want to suggest is wherever you live, um, go to the Ehlers-Danlos Society website. It's
Oh yeah.
absolutely fantastic because what you can find there is actually professionals that are local to you. It may still be the case that you have to drive an hour, 2 hours. It may be just only one specialist per your state,
They
but it's worth trying to figure out who's who. And on top of that, there's communities that you can also find through the website that may be able to help direct you towards specialized doctors.
the Ehler-Danlos Society also has a directory of support groups.
Hmm.
There is a support group local to this area, but so I was diagnosed in 2020. So I haven't done anything as in person,
Yeah.
like at all.
They mostly aren't in person, actually,
Yeah.
which is interesting. They've been a very online presence.
Well, so
So
I was talking about support groups. Wait.
the support group,
Oh, really?
so it's Phoenix EDS,
Hmm.
and that group is actually basically on Facebook, and that's it.
Oh, I see.
The Dysautonomia Society chapter here in Arizona is has done some in-person things, but they find that it's a lot easier just to do like just talking on Facebook. Uh, because I do spend a lot of time connecting on these things to like figure out certain things. So find a local Facebook group, for example, for EDS. Find one that's sponsored via the Ehlers-Danlos Society. And a lot of the times you can literally like like control F or search through their Facebook group, and you can be like cardiologist or a rheumatologist or a dentist or even just like smaller specializations for certain things, and you'll be able to find them. Phoenix is huge for that.
That's one thing we didn't talk about with EDS,
Hmm.
EDS and dentistry.
Oh
So,
yeah.
crowding is a very common problem with
Mhm.
EDS, and gums receding and bleeding is
Mhm.
also another common problem with EDS, and also some of the medication that I'm on makes all these problems worse. So, dentistry and EDS could be its own whole thing, but I have like a dental phobia, so that's all I'm gonna say about it.
Oh yeah. Which is even funnier because literally last Monday I was at the dentist. And it was awful. But it's also good because I'm finally getting stuff done. But it's not it's a lot of work, especially for people with our condition. Um, so yeah, that's also my only say about it. But I hope we kind of answered a little bit about the diagnosing. We didn't go too much into how like specifically we were diagnosed. I was diagnosed based off of my heart, and I saw a specialist in LA who mainly works with only lupus patients, but she also knows a lot about hypermobility issues. And she was the one to do the formal diagnosis for me. She immediately looked at my heels and was like, "Yep, you got EDS." Because when a lot of the time when you look at our heels, they look collapsed to the side because we're trying to like stabilize the bottom of our foot with our joint, and it just doesn't work. Um, so that's how she diagnosed me, and she felt my hand, and she's like, "Yep, that's it. There we go. You're good."
So I actually went through the whole checklist diagnosis
Hmm.
criteria with the specialist, and I just met the number. It's a syndrome, so it's just like a collection of symptoms, and if you have enough of those symptoms, you have the syndrome.
Yeah.
So
Although I
there's
will say that this checklist is great for most of the time. So one of the things that we didn't touch about is actually that there are three stages of HEDS. The first stage is hypermobility. The second stage is subluxations and dislocations, and the third stage is stiffness. Only 10% of people with HEDS end up in the stiffness category, and usually it's not until they're 30 or 40. I ended up there when I was 12. So it's kind of one of those things that it's a little bit rough because that checklist, it's great for most of the circumstances. It was not for me, but it should still be utilized a lot of the time for diagnosing. But it's the case that if you can't find that you're having these symptoms and stuff like that, like make sure you see professionals about it, get their opinion off of it. You can also read medical journals. They're absolutely great resources for understanding new information that's coming out about EDS. Just make sure that they're official. That they're licensed, they're actually by doctors who specialize in it, and have a repertoire for treating EDS patients or dealing with EDS in general. So, yeah. So we talked about diagnosing, but you know what? Let's
wait.
go into some treatment
No,
options.
there's one more thing I want to talk about
Oh,
diagnosing.
sorry.
So for POTS, there's the tilt table test.
Hmm.
That's a specific test that one, they tell you like you need somebody to take you home because you can't drive after you take this test. And it is just one of those things that they just put stress on your body and see how horrible it reacts.
Oh,
And then if it reacts horribly, they're like, "Oh yeah, check. There you go." So there are specific tests. And then like
yeah.
it said all these things kind of building up into an overarching disease because it's not just this one thing. It's not just like with rheumatoid arthritis, if you have a rheumatoid factor, there you go. It's a lot of little things building up to this diagnosis because there isn't that genetic marker like there is for other forms of EDS.
um, Hi, Shotgun Sean. So the thing is, my hair is white for my wedding. I did dye my hair a beautiful orange red color before this, but I've had to strip away the color because it's the only thing that's going to be white at my wedding. So that's why I'm not a redhead. Thank you. I will be a redhead hopefully soon after because I am getting sick and tired of not having color in my hair. Sorry about that. So yeah, there's a lot of different stuff out there. There's a lot of different tests that exist. That will probably be something that we'll talk about at some other time in more detail too. So that way we can like spend more time like actually going into each individual things that we've tried, things that didn't work, things that did work, that whole shebang. And also hydrate.
Hydrate so you don't dehydrate.
So yeah. But in the meantime, we can move forward onto treatment if you'd like.
Okay.
Um,
Oh my goodness.
so there's a lot. um, we say treatment. Uh,
There is no
One
cure.
thing is that EDS is not curable. Um, and most of the stuff is preventative measures or to help make sure that stuff doesn't get worse faster. So it's probably going to be the case that we will continue to get worse as we age, regardless of the methods that we are using, but it's happening at a much slower rate, and we're doing the best that we can to make sure that our lives are enjoyable, worth living, and worth experiencing. So yeah. That's a heavy one, right?
Yeah. Um, there's no cure. It's at a genetic level. We'd have to like replace every little bits of DNA to be cured. There
That's all right.
can,
Cyborgs are coming soon.
well, like there could be no cure. Like for rheumatoid arthritis, potentially there could be a cure where like you could fix it. But with EDS, because it's from a genetic level, there is no cure.
Yeah.
There can never be a cure. This is just the the building blocks that we have.
Right.
It doesn't
But
matter.
that doesn't mean to get discouraged either. This is meant to help uh, encourage instead with like understanding that there are methods that help.
Well, and
Maybe they don't help a whole lot, but they help at least make things a bit easier.
I'm big on acceptance because there is this toxic positivity mindset that's out there. Just, oh, if you pray hard enough to the Sky Wizard, he will deem you worthy of being healthy. And if you're not healthy, you are not worthy. And
Oh
that
my
idea is just
God.
utter bullshit. And this is just my life as it is.
Again, able is a four-letter word.
Yep,
Yeah, it's about accepting that these things are happening
there's
and
no
then
cure.
being like, all right, I accept them, but I'm also going to try these methods and hope that something sticks.
Oh yeah, that's
Um,
the thing is, if we just let it run wild, we'd be utterly miserable.
oh God.
So we do these things to make life worth
Speed run to
living,
be miserable.
right?
So one of the first things is supplements. Supplements are a pretty big thing in terms of helping a lot of our organs do a little bit better.
Well,
So
for me, I can't eat a lot of things, so I have to supplement just plain regular old vitamins because I'm eating beans and rice most meals because that's what I can digest and not have an allergic reaction to.
Mhm.
And then there are some connections. There have been studies done about specifically vitamin D in the immune system. And for me, my doctor monitors my blood. So, like, do not, vitamin D is one of the few vitamins that you can overdose on. Um, so you have to, make sure to talk to your doctor before you start anything, but especially vitamin D. But I have to take monstrous doses of vitamin D or else I fall deficient.
Mhm.
And I'm taking these very, very large doses, and my body uses them up, consumes it like it's nothing. And,
Yeah.
I'm able to do this because I have a doctor monitoring my blood work, making sure that for some reason the monster doses I'm taking doesn't start like poisoning my blood.
And we do a disclaimer at the very beginning of stream, but I feel like we should say it again. Again, we're not medical professionals.
Mm.
Please, if you have any sort of issues, health problems, if you need more information, please, 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 please see a licensed professional because we are just merely professional patients. Um, So yeah, there's supplements are a huge part. One of the things is I take a lot of methionine, which methionine is the what our body so our body takes vitamin B12 and then makes it into methionine. So I'm basically skipping that process because I'm really bad at digesting and just take straight up methionine. Um, but vitamin B12 is also great for other people. I take both because I'd rather have a good amount of it and hope that something sticks than not have anything stick. So yeah, I also take pretty big amounts of vitamin D3. Luckily, because of one of my medications, I'm able to not have to take a monster dosage as I previously did. I was at 10,000 units per day, but now I'm just at 5,000. Um, and my dermatologist was like on my case when I wasn't taking 5,000. She's like, I'm feeling these lumps underneath your arms. That means you're not taking enough vitamin D. And I'm like, all right, I guess I'll just start taking another pill again. So yeah.
So vitamin B is also a precursor in hemoglobin, and so you need a lot of vitamin B to make sure you're not iron deficient. And so there is a very specific type of anemia called pernicious anemia that I suffer from because my body doesn't absorb vitamin B very well. And so I actually take my vitamin B subcutaneously. I have to take injections of vitamin B so I can keep up with these demands of the bee.
Yeah. Um Aw, thank you, Duke Maple.
Yes, thank you.
This is very, very sweet. And of course, this is very important to be able to share more information and allow people to, you know, Shell, was it you heard it from your about EDS from your cousin before you started to figure out if it was something that you were a part of? And I remember also suggesting like, maybe you should go see Dr. Zappers. Sorry, a specific doctor. I shouldn't say his name. And and then I remember you like telling me afterwards, like, oh yeah, so I've got EDS, and I'm like, yep.
Beauty
um,
glow. Saw
yeah.
my stripes from a mile away.
So yeah, it's important to talk about this stuff because it means that we can share this information.
And also I'm part of Glitchco, another little plug, a stream team where everyone on the stream team has some sort of invisible disability. Uh, the EDS is very rare, so not everybody on this team has EDS. I think we have one other person on the team that has EDS.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's just a community for anybody who's suffering, or if you know somebody who is suffering with an invisible illness, then you're welcome to join our community.
Yeah, and another thing is too, there's a stream team which Shell is a part of, And there's also just members too that are just hanging out in the Discord, for example, talking to people, and it's a great way to connect with people, honestly.
Mhm.
And we've all got glitches, so let's all connect. So yeah. Um, Turmeric is another great supplement. Just in general, it's a great anti-inflammatory food.
So I supplement turmeric. I take
Mhm.
50 milligrams a day just to try to get ahead of the inflammation. It's
Yeah.
like I keep saying, it's all a feedback loop. So if we can stifle information at any one point in the process, you can kind of reel it back. Um, Also, something that I want to start doing because I keep reading about it is vitamin C for allergies.
Oh, yeah. So that is great for your immune system. It's not, totally proven to be like the end all of all.
Oh yeah.
But, vitamins are great. Uh, I would suggest to everybody, again, not a medical professional, but have a daily vitamin,
Eat your
you
vitamins.
know.
So I cut my vitamins in half, and I take one in the morning and one at lunch
Mm,
because um my body has a really hard time absorbing stuff.
gotcha.
So,
Mine actually is combined with turmeric, my daily pill. And so I just take it at night when I'm the least nauseous. It's when I take all my meds besides my morning meds.
oh yeah. Also, when I take my 10K of the D, I take zinc with it too because that helps it absorb. There are certain things that you shouldn't take them completely alone.
Yeah.
Like, I want to say calcium was one of them. Calcium, usually take it with magnesium and zinc, and vitamin D is good with zinc. Zinc just helps absorption in general.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of supplements that help. Another suggestion is seeing a dietitian because they're freaking fantastic, honestly. I have never had a bad dietitian personally. Um, but to each their own in terms of that stuff. But you should check it out if you ever feel like you want to kind of figure out dietary stuff. It's a great way to go through that. Um, a lot of the time, if you have a GI doctor, especially if they're like a part of like a group of doctors, or like an office full of multiple doctors, they'll have a dietitian that they highly suggest that they've basically like made sure to like go through
Yeah,
and make sure that they're actually good.
yeah, that's somebody that they vetted.
Yeah, so that's another great suggestion in terms of like figuring out what supplements are best for you. Also, just a really good primary physician is great too.
Oh,
Help
necessary.
with that. Yeah,
Yeah, because like we have so many specialists, there needs to be somebody at the core steering the ship. Otherwise, like specialists can go in separate directions, not being
yeah,
aware of each other.
yeah. Well, on to our next thing. He is our gem. It is like the lifeblood of like what helps with the most pain outside of medication.
Uh,
Um,
I've talked a bit about living in the desert, but I kind of like the unreasonably hot that we have here. It feels good on my bones.
oh yeah.
But
Ugh.
there's safer ways to apply heat. First of all, wear sunscreen. Uh, I have heating pads. Oh, I love my heating pads.
Mhm. Heating pads are great. I use them religiously during my period because the
Mm.
cramps that I get are just so bad. But I also have a back massager that also heats up. And it doesn't actually massage, it like vibrates. So it's like great, whatever.
Hmm.
But I use it for the heating.
Oh yeah, the heating's the best part of those things.
Yeah.
Like hot
Um,
baths, me too. Bonus
oh,
points
yeah.
for Epsom salt.
Oh, yes. Epsom salt is like amazing. Um, so one of my favorite things is there's this Epsom salt. It's like Dr.
Dr. Bonners?
Yeah, whatever his freaking name is,
Bronner's?
or yes.
There's an R in there?
I don't remember exactly what it is. I just know it's a doctor. And he has this rose like milk oil one.
Mm.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I just get the lavender every time.
Oh, the lavender is great too. I love mixing them, so I'll do the lavender with the chamomile and then like a shit ton of the rose. And then a little bit of, I have a separate one that is like a concentrated Epsom salt that has menthol oil in it too. So it helps like with cooling down all of my really hurt muscles.
I feel like that would just be like an assault on my senses.
I love being assaulted. I love being assaulted. Eh. Okay. So yeah, that's a
The
great
body
one.
does absorb some of the salt, some of the not mercury, magnesium. It does
Mercury's
absorb,
a little questionable.
but your body does absorb some of the magnesium from Epsom salt baths, and that's actually what relieves the muscles, is the magnesium going in.
So one of the things is I think going a little bit, just like briefly listing some of the stuff. We'll go into detail about some things, but like I want to make sure that you, who's watching that wants to ask a question has a chance to,
Sure.
um, especially because most people might be waiting until we're done. So one of the next things for treatment, we'll just kind of briefly go over this. I think is medication.
Yeah, because talk to your doctor, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
This is
and
stuff that
there's a lot of
we're
them.
on.
Just to kind of give like a rough like look at this, we're on something for our dysautonomia that we have to take 4 times a day.
So,
Um,
wait, Provolone?
yeah.
Okay, so that's me. That's for mastocytosis.
Oh, so it's for both for me because also the sodium's really great.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so that's both. Muscle relaxers, which Shell is on occasionally.
What? No, every day,
Every day,
every
dang.
single night.
Oh, dude.
And actually, because so my neck muscles get so tight that they can trigger migraines. So I take muscle relaxers at night, but also they're thinking about moving me to a second one in addition to the muscle relaxers I'm already on because my muscles are so incredibly tight.
I love you. Um, that's all I've got to say.
But, so I feel like you just like brushed over the whole, yeah, we have to do this thing for
Oh, you
POTS
know.
4 times a day. 4 times a day. My life revolves around this medication because I cannot eat until I take this medication. And so
That's true.
I also like sleep with this medication next to my bed, so when I wake up with a stomach ache, I can take it right away. It's
Dang.
just, oh yeah. No, I am.
I just lay in bed for like an hour playing Pokemon.
Well, so
And then eventually I get the courage to be like, oh, I'm hungry. All right, I'll start taking it now so I can eat in 30 minutes.
so I also have dogs. So as
Oh,
soon as the
yeah.
dogs hear me rustling, they like get up. So I have to like take my medicine real quiet like, and then when
Mhm.
I'm ready to get up and out of bed, then the dogs are like, "Oh, she's up." Then I take them outside.
Yeah, so we've got that, muscle relaxers, painkillers. I think this is more for me.
Mhm.
Um, just because I do take like Tylenol. That's the only painkiller I can take because I also can't smoke weed. So I don't get the nice benefits of like taking CBD oil or anything like that to kind of help with
And
any
I
other
can't
stuff.
take traditional painkillers. Anything from Tylenol to opioids just wrecks my stomach. So I'm that's all I got.
Yep. SSRIs. So for Shell,
Yeah.
if you want to talk about
So
this.
I'm actually on SSRIs for my nerve pain. So SSRIs are traditionally made for antidepressants. So they're
Mm.
serotonin. Uh, wait, no, what does it say? SSRI? Serotonin. Oh gosh, I'm getting them confused with the reuptake inhibitors. Basically, what they do is they work on the nerves, right? And so even though it has that added benefit of, having extra serotonin in your blood, it also blocks some of the pain receptors too. And so SSRIs are now being used to treat nerve pain, and it's actually the only thing that helps with the nerve pain I have in my wrist.
Hmm. So Duke Maple, is there a point where the symptoms stabilize once you've been on the right for you drug regimen? If I'm allowed to,
Yeah,
do you
go for
do
it.
this? All right. So here's the thing. It it will work for a while,
Yep.
but there's a lot of outside influence and inside influence that ends up changing things. So for example, if we get allergy seasons, that influences the types of medications that we have to take during that time. But on top of that, we could have become allergic to those medications. So there's a lot of like different variables that are constantly happening. And then you could also have hormones are a huge thing. Hormones can change how your body works things,
Yep.
and it's just absolutely crazy. So kind of think about it like you're holding a ball in your hand, and you're trying to keep it balanced, and well, all of a sudden something goes like this, and you got to keep it balanced again. You have to constantly test different things, and it's not always going to work. And the ball isn't necessarily round all the time.
Yep.
So it's difficult because it's more like we're really good at adapting to having to figure out new regimens all the time.
And also, tolerance is a thing. Um, So for me specifically, I'm on biologics, and I just switched from one biologic to the next because I started to build a tolerance to the one that I was on. So we switched to a different one, and then after some time passes, maybe I can switch back to that one after I lose some of that tolerance. So there is no, if I just find the right combination, everything will be great. That's just not possible. And
Yeah.
also, just with chronic illness in general, it's like a roller coaster. There's ebbs and flows. You'll have periods of time where you're feeling great for seemingly no reason, and then you'll have periods of flares for seemingly no reason.
Yep. Everything influences everything. It could literally be like, so when I first started wedding planning, I was so stressed out that I was getting flares constantly. And so it was really difficult to kind of keep up with a medicine regimen when literally you're so nauseous, you're having constant flares, you can't even keep shit down, or you're not even absorbing it. Um, and it's again, it's the balancing act of trying to figure out things. There's a lot of different elements, different variables that influence everything. Um, so yeah. But I will say we're probably one of the best tightrope balancers that we know of. The whole glitch community,
Hmm.
everybody who has a glitch, uh, some of the best tightrope balancers.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Duke Maple.
Thank you, Duke.
Um, so yeah, actually, onto biologics. Immunosuppressants
Mm.
is a big component of one of the medications we have to take. Uh,
Yes.
we are both on biologics,
Yes. And
and I've also been on multiple steroids, corticosteroids. So it's a thing.
yep. I'm on a biologic immunosuppressant and then another immunosuppressant on top of that I take. I have to take a shot every single week. Give myself a shot. And then the biologics are infusions for me, which means I have to go to a doctor's office and go get an IV with the drugs inside of it. Sit there, let them pump me up full of drugs, and then have someone else take me home because I cannot drive.
So biologic, it is a type of immunosuppressant that I gotta find the exact.
So I
Uh,
know that it works specifically for my DNA. Like, they have to wait until I'm physically in the office to mix it, and then once they prepare the mixture of medicine, it works on uh, a genetic level to be a for me the type of biologic I'm on. They're alpha type inhibitors, which is like just the inflammation blocker that they are. But it, yeah, it works specifically for my cells. So
mhm.
that's why they call it biologics.
Yes, it's a human-made protein, essentially, or proteins that zero in on the part of the immune system that trigger inflammation. Um, and it's one of the harder things is figuring out which one actually works for you. It's devil magic.
I mean,
Pretty much.
oh no! Is biologics blood magic? I
Oh
think it
my
is!
god, it is.
Oh no!
I love it. Sign my soul here for it.
No! So I'm not sure about the one that I just got moved to, but the one that I was on was from rats that they like would take some of the inhibitors from rats and like infuse it with my DNA to make it work for me. So I'm like part rat. Yeah,
Oh my god.
I've been
Master Splinter, is
infused.
that you?
Yep.
Oh god.
Yes. So
Um,
yeah, it's a little bit of
yeah.
blood magic.
Another thing that we use is topicals. Oh,
So
mhm.
my biologics are actually for the autoimmune disease that I have on top of EDS. So, like we said earlier, EDS is a genetic problem. And so that's just like the root cause. And then we have all these like cascading effects from it. And the biologics work at the autoimmune issue. So, my autoimmune disease is mostly rheumatoid arthritis. I also have Hashimoto's and Sjögren's and all that shit. But my overarching one is juvenile arthritis.
Mhm.
And so I have a biologic that's for specifically that. Whereas Rogue's main autoimmune issue is the Crohn's disease. So
Bloody poops.
so her biologics are specifically for Crohn's disease. But because they're both autoimmune, there's some overlap in that too.
Yeah. So yeah. um, so another thing is topicals. This can also mean steroid topicals.
Oh, you're asking great
Uh,
questions, Duke.
yeah, absolutely amazing. And feel free to keep asking. You're more than welcome to. We'll try to get through the rest of this relatively fast. We got topicals. That means like biofreeze, for example, just to help with not joint, muscle pain. Um, as
I
well as steroid topicals are used sometimes to help fight infections, antibiotic creams, that kind of stuff.
I want to say my rash cream is technically a steroid.
Oh yeah.
So I have two different types of rash creams. I have one that I'm pretty sure is a steroid that just goes for external rashes. But like we said, a lot of the problems that we have are on that inner layer of skin. So I get what's called atopic rashes, rashes that are affecting that inner part of the skin. And so I have this other topical that is called an episerum. So epinephrine is like what is in an EpiPen, and it calms down those mast cells. Well, this topical that I have is epinephrine, but in a serum form that can actually get down into that second layer of skin and calm down the atopic rashes. So there's topicals is a really big overarching umbrella, and there's a lot of different
Yeah.
things that can fall into that.
Yeah. There's a lot of them out there. I mean, technically my hemorrhoid cream is also a topical. But also not at the same time. And then Cortisone is another one that I utilize because I constantly get itches everywhere, or I suffer from psoriasis occasionally, and it actually is one of the few things that helps it. Um, so yeah. So eye drops because both Shell and I have very dry eyes.
Chronic dry.
Oh yeah. Um,
And ointment. I like to put eye ointment on at night to really help with the dryness, especially during allergy season. So when my allergies were at their very worst, I would wake up and my eyes would be like crusted shut from all the gross eye boogers and inflammation and yuck that my eyes were producing to try to fight histamines. And the eye ointment makes it so that doesn't build up. It just kind of keeps it nice and lubricated so your eye doesn't feel the need to overproduce those crusties eye boogers.
yeah. That's that's one thing. And then from that, we also got like nose rinses, nose sprays. I use like a Sensi Mist, which is it's a lighter version of Flonase because Flonase is too powerful.
So I take it a step further and just use saline
Mhm.
spray to just clean it out because infections are really common and just got to keep it clean so it doesn't
Yeah,
get infected. Also,
yeah. We got those. We got mouth spray for Shell, right? Oh yeah, I hear.
I love this stuff. It's basically xylitol in a bottle.
No dying though,
Yeah.
okay? You all right there?
Um,
Whew. All right.
Definitely
So we got
triggered
that.
something when I sprayed.
So we also have I have a bowel movement med because I can't shit on my own. Um, and it took a while to get to that point where I could find a good med for me because I tried using stimulant, suppositories, laxatives, Miralax that I had anaphylaxis with, so many different ones. And what I actually needed was something that would spasm my intestines to actually move. And so I'm finally on a good med for that. But like I said previously, it takes like 2 to 3 hours out of my day. Like I cannot plan to do stuff. So if I were to hang out or do like a breakfast thing, I would not be able to take my medication that day. And that would cause a lot of issues later on. Um, so yeah. EpiPens, that is a necessity. That is absolutely needed.
Yeah.
We have to keep one on us at all times. I keep one in my purse, and my fiance also keeps one on his nightstand or in his nightstand. So that way, if I'm having one during sleep or something like that, he can immediately inject me with it.
Yeah. So most of the stuff that we have been talking about is incredibly painful and incredibly uncomfortable, but the allergies are actually life-threatening. And so that's honestly my biggest anxiety. So I went to a wedding. I didn't, I, so I went. We wore N95 masks, we went for the ceremony and then left. Um, and, I'm like, we're just gonna go to the ceremony and leave. I don't need my whole purse. But then I was
Mhm.
like outside of the house without my EpiPens on me, and I was just like freaking out the entire time. Not, I don't know why I decided to leave my purse at home. I'm never gonna do that again.
Yeah. No, 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 no. Always bring your EpiPen.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not gonna be eating anything. Well, I'm like, well, I have environmental allergies.
Oh my God, I should like name mine so that way I feel like I'm buddies with it.
Well, you have to replace them every year anyways, so it'd be like,
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
name it Roach or something. I don't know.
That's hilarious. Okay, so migraine rescue meds for
Oh yeah.
you.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this that I have been able to find after a lot of trial and error. I do have a medication that I can take that when I have a migraine, I can skip the headache portion of the migraine week. But
Mm.
and that's invaluable. Oh my gosh, but it still doesn't help the other symptoms with the migraines. So, very, very much appreciated, but I am currently in the process of trying to find a preventative medication that can help me not experience any part of the migraine week.
Yeah. And on to our next one, which is allergy meds, just in general. There are a lot of oral meds that we have to take. I know that before my infusions, I have to take a Zyrtec.
I take
Uh,
Benadryl before my infusions. Um,
I am allergic to Benadryl.
mm.
Go figure. Allergic to an allergy medicine.
Good job.
How? Oh God. So yeah, that's fun. So those are absolutely fantastic for like helping with certain things and yeah. Um, Anxiety meds. This is one very personal to me because I deal with a lot of anxiety. I do on top of all of my physical issues. Autism causes a whole lot of anxiety just in general, a lot of societal pressure around that too. And I also have pretty bad CPTSD as well as bad depression. And that causes a lot of anxiety. And if I'm in pain, it just spikes. The desperation comes out where I'm just like, I just need to be out of my body because this hurts so bad. So having, anxiety meds, especially immediate anxiety meds, for example, I utilize Xanax, very, very low dosage because if I were to go higher, it's too much. It's already too much at the lowest dosage possible. um,
So,
so, yeah,
anxiety meds can also be broken into two categories, rescue and preventative.
yeah,
Um, Rescue medication is really good at just like stopping that feedback loop because you're in pain, so you freak out, and then you freak out because you're in pain, and then that makes the pain worse. And if you can just stop that at any one point, it helps. So, yeah, that's another point where you can try to pump the brakes. Um,
yeah.
Personally, I'm not on any anxiety meds right now. I have in the past have done anxiety meds to go to the dentist, and I need to
Mhm.
get back on that so I can go back to the dentist because like I said, I have a legitimate phobia. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, hard. Shit's hard.
So, another thing is that SSRIs are also constituted as preventative anxiety meds. Um, so that's one of my preventative measures. I used to be on another anxiety med, but it turns out I became allergic to it. So it was
Gross.
causing the opposite effect, where I was actually very anxious because I was on them.
Mhm.
So yeah, that was a lot of fun. Do you have a choice? Oh, Duke Maple says, do you have a choice of insurance providers for med coverage, assuming
Nope.
US residents, from what I've heard? We are US residents.
Mm.
This is different for each person. Uh, the US sucks.
So, actually, I really want to just take a quick moment to say thanks, Obama.
Yeah.
So, before the American Healthcare Act, wait, no, ACAC, what is it called? American Cares Act? Yeah, that's what it is. That was Obamacare. They could make it so I couldn't get insurance. So like when I turned 18, I was kicked off my family's insurance and I could not get another insurance because I had this pre-existing condition. But the ACA made it illegal for them to deny me coverage. So thanks to Obama, I have medical insurance now.
Yeah.
And it's really expensive. I am very fortunate that I'm married and I get my healthcare coverage through my husband's employer.
Mm.
And so we don't get a choice of what healthcare we have. We just get what his employer tells us we have. And then it's luckily it is the biggest healthcare provider or insurance in the country, so a lot of doctors take it, but there are certain doctors that I can't see because they don't take my insurance.
Yeah. So, so I am actually legally disabled to the government. So what happens with that is when you can't work, you're not married, and trust me, it's a whole process going through it with Social Security, and it is an absolute freaking nightmare. But when you do go through it, if you have been disabled for more than 2 years, according to their records, you can finally be signed up for Medicare. And so I have Medicare, and on top of that as well, because I am a domestic partner with my fiance, I also get part of his insurance. So I basically have a catch-all with both, which is really great. But it's not a guaranteed for most people, and I'm fortunate in that situation. It just sucks for everybody else
Oh yeah.
in terms of a lot of stuff. It's very, very difficult. I have dealt with my fair share of shitty insurances.
Oh yeah.
And, I've dealt with having to bear the brunt of a $10,000 using up their, what's that freaking called? There's like an amount that they start to cover after you use it up. And like there was one that was $10,000. And I used it all up. And then my not great biological family was like, "Oh, I get all these free doctor's appointments now, and I can go all do all this stuff." And I'm like, "Yeah, you're welcome."
Oh, your deductible was 10,000.
Yes, yes, my deductible. Thank you. So it's just that kind of stuff. It's again different for everybody. One of the things that I do suggest is definitely look up financial programs if you are struggling to find medical care and insurance because they are hard to find, but they do exist.
But for medication, that's one thing that's nice about the United States. If there is a medication you cannot afford, usually there is a uh, card system that they have where they will pay for the drugs for you. So like personally, the infusions that I'm on, it should cost me like $800 per infusion to go to the doctor. But I have like basically a stipend through Fiserv that gives me the money so I can pay for my infusions. It used to be that that money would count towards your deductible, but of course they had to take that away.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of different things out there. But yeah, check to see what's local to you too. There's certain insurances that exist in your individual area or not area, what's the word? County or like
State coverage.
state coverage. There's certain ones in California. There's multiple for some reason, but that's because the state is so freaking huge. It should be three separate states. Uh, so yeah. Anyway, continuing on. So we've got complementary medicine. Um,
Well, actually, before we go on, I
oh,
think I'm gonna take a quick bio break, grab some water,
yes,
and they'll
that
be
is a good
coming back just
plan.
in time for Stream Raiders. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm like, did I leave my water in the kitchen? No, it's right here. I have done
I was
that.
almost like, maybe I shouldn't get water because I've been like peeing like crazy.
Me too, but it's fine.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, what we were doing complementary meds?
Yes, so
Yes.
I like the term complementary. A lot of There's, in the past, people have had like Western medicine and alternative medicine. Well, alternative medicine is garbage, okay? There's no alternative to Western medicine. Western medicine's what works. But there is complementary medicine, which means that there are some things that are like all natural or whatever that are just good. Like we talked about turmeric earlier, that is scientifically proven to be an anti-inflammatory, but it's just a root that grows in the ground.
Yeah.
So this is called complementary medicine. That it is natural, but there are some scientific backings to these claims.
And it's a complementary, meaning that it also goes
With,
hand in hand
yeah.
with our current medications that we have to take.
Mm-hmm.
So the stuff is mainly, it helps with a lot of things. It helps soothe a lot of issues that we have, but it's not necessarily the same as medications that we have been prescribed. So yeah, well, THC and CBD, which for if you're curious as to what that is, it's marijuana. It's the components of marijuana that allow it to do certain things. So, for example, CBD oil only works if it has THC to activate the CBD. Um, there are cases where you can have a CBD oil that is, you know, very high in CBD and very, very low in THC, and that could work for you. But there's also ones that do more of a ratio that's like 10 to 1, 2 to 1 even of CBD to THC that work as well. So,
And CBD is non-psychoactive. It just only works through the body. So there's the endocannabinoid system, which is a fancy way of saying it's part of your nervous system, that you actually have cell receptors in your body that are specifically designed to receive THC and CBD. So THC is the ones that works on the receptors in your brain. It's psychoactive, and CBD is the one that works on the receptors in your body. It's not psychoactive. There's also terpenes. So terpenes are another chemical within the pot, and they're different for different strains. And so there's some terpenes that it'll be similar, like there are some strains of THC that have the same terpenes as like a pine tree, and that's why they have that piney scent to them. So there are some people who swear that certain strains will help in particular with very specific issues because of the terpenes in the mix.
sweet. I didn't actually know that.
Yeah.
To be fair, I have to steer clear of it because I'm allergic to it. So I don't often go researching about it.
Well, and this shit's my jam. I mean, I was a chemist, so before I got too sick for anything. No! No! Yeah. So,
um,
yeah, so I used to think I only had arthritis. And so I thought I could, if I studied hard enough, I could become, do a profession that you mostly need your brain for and not your body. But then I became so incredibly disabled that I can't even keep up with my brainy jobs. So I do have a chemistry background. I'm certified in the American Chemical Society. So I do like looking at the chemical properties and like down to the very specific mechanics. But
dang, I
I
should
also
have
have
worn
brain
my
fog.
I have a chemical necklace and I wanted to see if you knew what it
Oh, I
was.
have one. I have one my sister gave me. So I don't wear it because I'm allergic to it, but I still have it.
Ah.
You see it? Is that kind of what
Oh
yours
yeah,
looks
yeah,
like?
yeah. It's similar, except for I think it's from the same brand actually.
Oh yeah.
It was from my really good friends. She got it for me for Christmas, and it's catnip.
Oh, okay. This is caffeine.
Gotcha.
And my sister gave this to me when I graduated from university with a degree in chemistry.
Nice, nice. So yeah, there's a lot of different things in terms of chemical stuff. With marijuana, there's topicals, there's tincture oils, there's ingestible oils, there's edibles, joints. You can smoke it. All sorts of different methods.
Boil it, mash it,
Um,
skin stew.
and then one of the things though with edibles, I believe, is or anything ingestible. Again, with our digestive systems, they're shit. So it's hard to for them to be digested properly. And because of that, it can be hard to dosage them properly as well, or dose them properly.
Yep.
So yeah. Um, yeah. What have we got next? Capsaicin?
Capsaicin. So
Yeah.
this isn't something I've tried yet, but it's something my rheumatologist told me to do for my TMJ. That's capsaicin oil. And capsaicin is the chemical inside hot peppers that makes them hot. And so if you have zero capsaicin, then you are at a zero on the Scoville unit, and then the more capsaicin you have, the hotter the pepper gets. And so capsaicin oil is just concentrated pepper oil, basically. And so it's really, really hot. And but you just put a little bit that on the joint and it heats up the joint. Don't touch your eyes afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Oh goodness. Yeah. One thing is I have a zero waste menthol oil topical. So it's like it's mixed with a bunch of other stuff. That basically it's just a really nice like hydrating menthol oil that I just put on or cream that I just put on a joint that's really really hurting, and it's basically similar to like biofreeze or hot and cold or whatever other ones exist out there. It's just it's one that I'm not allergic to. So yeah.
I also really like menthol oil for nausea. I
Mm,
have a little bottle of menthol oil that I just like sniff. I just huff that shit when I'm really nauseous. It helps.
mm. Sweet. Yeah. I have a little sniffer for whenever my nose is a bit stuffed and I just go like
Nice.
so yeah. And then essential oils. This is more so in terms of like relaxation. Because stress is a huge factor. It feeds into a lot of our conditions and causes them to feel worse a lot of the time. So you doing all right there?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to bump up Jet's message so we're not condoning drinking
Oh yeah.
turpentine.
Gotcha. So yeah, so some of my favorites, lavender is freaking fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Jasmine is my personal favorite, and that just smells so dang good all the time. Rose is a great one. Stay healthy by not drinking turpentine. So rose is great. Vanilla, well, technically is not an essential oil. There is a concentrate of it that you can get. Just make sure you're not using the cooking kind. That one is specialized for flavor, not for smell, and also is not safe to be utilizing in that manner. Um, and then orange is great for actually revitalizing. It gets me like happy and excited and just makes me feel a little bit more energetic if I sniff it. So,
Do isn't on this list that I really
what?
love? Chamomile.
Oh, that's right. That shit is so dang good.
And so lavender is a little bit toxic to dogs. I try not to. I never put that in the diffuser, but I will put the chamomile into my moisturizer. What is it called? Humidifier.
Ah, yes.
I will put chamomile into the humidifier because it's safe for the dogs.
Mm, yeah. Um, Another thing. So past that, I mean, onto like other treatment methods. TENS unit is something that I use whenever I have like a really bad day. I'm just like slap that shit on me and shock me. It works fantastic for me, but make sure that if you are utilizing one, that it is suggested um, by a professional physician, and make sure that you are doing it in a safe environment correctly and from their suggestion.
What? You mean I shouldn't put my TENS unit on in the bathtub?
Uh, there's a lot more than just that. You know, you can actually do some damage if you put a one of the pads on your joint or across a joint sometimes. Um, so you have to be very, very careful about the placement of things. Um, so yeah, it definitely highly suggest make sure you have a doctor who thinks it's a good idea and teaches you how to utilize it properly. Uh, so yeah. Also, I am a big, big advocate of massages. But every person with EDS is different. I know of EDSers that hate them and don't work for them, but they do work for me personally. So,
For me, there are very specific ways that if you squeeze, it will hurt. And so, like, Ded's allowed to massage me because he knows what those places are. But I don't think I would be comfortable getting a massage from, like, a professional because it should be a perfectly normal way to squeeze a joint. But if you just squeeze my foot a certain way, I will just, like, scream bloody murder.
see, I'm just like of the mindset that I'm like, I don't care if you're bruising me, just get that knot out or like just deal with that muscle. Trust me, I understand it's going to be bruised, but like it feels so much better.
Well, so that's not an issue. Like, on my back, just go to town. But
Yeah.
it's just, like, especially foot massages, because I know
Oh yeah.
pedicures are pretty popular. But
Oh,
my feet,
heavens no. I'm
when
allergic to
you
everything that they use for pedicures. So like that's a no-go.
So, like, if this was my foot, squeezing it this way just hurts so much.
Mm,
And that's just also part of rheumatoid arthritis.
yeah.
But
That's see, instead of doing massages for hands and feet most of the time, Johnny's allowed to do them, my fiance, because he's really nice about it. But I do paraffin wax dips instead. Because that's the part of like the manicures and pedicures that's really helpful.
yeah.
All the oils and stuff I'm allergic to, don't put that on my body,
Mhm.
but everything else is fine.
Oh, yeah, all the really abrasive chemicals.
Oh my
It's like,
god.
oh gosh, yes, this might exfoliate a normal person, but it will tear me up.
So yeah. And another thing is physical therapy, uh, learning how to exercise properly. So there's a lot of times what I've realized is a lot of people don't know how to squat properly or do squats properly. There's a certain stance that you need to do to be able to be safe when doing it. Um, and so like that's a big component of that kind of stuff, as well as pelvic floor exercises is really important.
Back to physical therapy. So with mastocytosis, I'm allergic to exercise. So, yeah, exercising correctly, meaning not going from 0 to 100. And that's another factor is the POTS, is that if I
Mm.
try to do cardio, my heart rate will go dangerously high.
Oh yeah.
So I have to do walking, basically. That's what my main exercise is taking the little one around the block. And
Yeah.
push-ups, not actual push-ups, because these wrists can't hold up my body. I started with just in the corner, because when you're the wall push-ups basically, but in a corner, so the angle is a little bit broader, and so it's easier to do. And then I've like slowly worked my way into doing regular wall push-ups, and I just do like 5 a day, and that kind of helps the posture check.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff with that when exercise can get dangerous. If I exercise too much, or it actually affects my Raynaud's for some reason. But yeah, it's being careful about it. That's why seeing a physical therapist is important. A licensed physical therapist.
Yes.
I don't even know if there are unlicensed ones allowed to practice. So yeah, and that kind of feeds into braces. Braces are very important for our joints. Dislocations, subluxations. We need to keep those fucking things stabilized, yo.
Yep. So I usually have my braces on my hands when I'm streaming because I'm playing games most of the time when I'm streaming. But I'm not wearing them today. So you guys have seen, but the brace really helps just keep the joint in place
Yeah.
and keep things from sliding around and just
Should I
braces
put
them.
on
That's just it.
my finger brace entourage for you?
You can.
All right. So first off, to keep my finger braces organized, I have ghost hands on my wall. And by that, they're just ceramic hands that basically hold up my ring braces. So yeah, they're over here. Uh, but let me go put them on real quick.
And I have a ring brace too. It's actually underneath my computer desk because I dropped it. And we talked about earlier, every time I bend down, the blood rushes to my head. And because it's not a good time, so I haven't. I know it's down there, I just haven't gone and getting it. Gone and gotten it out.
So in order to game, this is what I need to do on my hands. I cannot game otherwise. And they basically stop me from being able to bend backwards. So it's really, really nice. Yeah, but we use braces for all over our bodies, all freaking over. I've got a brace for every joint, and in fact, I have multiple for multiple joints. So yeah. Um, would you like to do pillows and cushions?
There's so many pillows and cushions. So, let's see. I have a lumbar pillow that I'm using right now. Having a nice ergonomic chair is super helpful. You can see, might have been able to be like, what is this huge ass pillow? I actually have a body pillow that is a U-shaped body pillow. They're usually sold as pregnancy pillows, but it is a very long pillow that I can use to like brace myself upright. Because I want to be a stomach sleeper, but then my neck turns, and like I said, I have a lot of tightness in my head and neck. So I've like slowly tried to teach myself to be a side sleeper, but then that causes shoulder issues. So that pillow really helps like keep me upright so I can like hug it and not collapse in on myself. Let's see. Wedge pillows are great for when my acid reflux is really bad. Like it literally physically keeps the acid in my stomach.
Hmm. Wait, real quick, did you get the pregnancy pillow after I suggested it?
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I also sleep with my pregnancy pillow. It's fantastic.
So actually I got it for Christmas. But I put it on my wish list for Amazon and somebody was looking for a present for me and they're like, pillow. She likes comfort.
Nice.
Yep.
Excellent. Yeah. Uh, there's lumbar pillows. Did you already cover that?
Hmm.
Yeah. Hemorrhoid pillows?
No, I haven't touched on that, but
Oh, I use them religiously. I'm actually sitting on one right now.
nice. Um, So I don't really use hemorrhoid pillows, but like tailbone cushions, because I have a bony butt,
Uh,
and just in general, nice to have
yeah.
support in the right area. Also, I'm using, oh, I missed one that I'm using right now. I have a foot pillow, footrest.
Yes, so am I. I'm using mine right now too. Um, there's another one which is this is not one that I utilize, but I know that a lot of people in the EDS community prefer it for cars in particular. So car seats actually, you'll notice that they kind of how you sit like this, but then your legs go up at an angle and then go down. So, in order to help with hip joint issues, a wedge sitting pillow helps basically stabilize your hips by allowing you to sit more like this.
Ah.
So, yeah.
Man, cars wreck me so bad. So even for normal able-bodied persons, when you're inside a car, you're being jostled. Don't realize it, but you're vibrating constantly, and that just like wears me down so much.
Yeah.
Um, and I wonder how much. And then like, oh, especially when I'm driving, my driving leg gets all sorts of uh stiff, and I wonder if a wedge pillow would help that. Also,
Probably.
a neck pillow. I use my neck pillow all the time.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
just because
Um,
I have a lot
I
of
use that.
instability there.
Yeah, I only use it when I like need to sleep in a car or like on a plane. Because it's the only way to keep me like from not like falling over because I will pass the fuck out and then slam my head on something.
Oh wow. Um,
So,
you know
yeah.
those little toys that they're like little their joints have like strings in them, and
Oh
normally
yeah.
it's like all taut and they're standing up straight, and then you push the
Hmm.
button and they just like,
Go all loose.
yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Just at any given time, I'm just ready to just like collapse.
Yeah. And there's so many pillows and cushions out there, and sometimes it's just about like seeing which ones actually work for you. Like I have so many that are defunct pillows that I do not use because they didn't work for me. Um, but you got to test everything out until you find what actually works for you. But this kind of leads into posture checks. Sometimes our cushions are actually to help us with our posture. Lumbar pillows help us like lean back properly and like set our back straight the way that it's supposed to be. The wedge sitting pillow is really great for helping with making sure that your sitting posture in the car is a lot healthier for you. Um, but making sure that we're sleeping the right way, that we're sitting the right way, that we're standing the right way, that we're walking the right way, that we're squatting the right way, that we're, I don't know, shitting the right way. There's so many different things that we have to keep track of in terms of how we utilize our body, and I am so bad about it. I will sit like the craziest way possible because it's the most comfortable, but it's so bad for me.
I have a bad habit of pretzeling. So pretzeling is when you cross your legs twice. You like it's easier to do when you have EDS. But yeah, I pretzel really hard and I catch myself doing it all the time. So
Yeah.
what else?
So yeah.
Pretzeling, there's something else I
Um,
wanted to mention in there. Oh, foot pillows. Foot pillows are great for being at the computer and posture.
yes. They're really great because I have very short legs. I have a long torso, but a very short leg. Um, and so it helps me be able to like not have my feet dangling off, and that cuts circulation off if they're dangling. So yeah, it helps a lot with that.
There is something that I saw on Reddit recently that I kind of want, but I can't actually use at this desk. It's called a foot hammock,
Oh yeah.
where it's like you just like put it underneath your desk so you can keep your feet like up while you're
Huh.
sitting there. Usually I just like have my like right now I have my feet on the wall
Huh.
and then Up.
So my memory foam foot pillow actually like has you can like lower it if you want to. There's like a detachable piece. So I have it up pretty high because I like actually like having my legs out and just like chilling
Hmm.
at a higher height. Um, so it's like a pretty tall one. But yeah. Which brings us on to feet and orthopedic shoes. Oh my God. Orthopedic shoes are like probably one of the most important things, honestly, because if you're on your feet, it affects every single joint.
Up.
Yes.
Um, so I have connective tissue disorder, and so say this is my foot again. The ball of my foot is here, and usually we have a nice, like, comfy piece of padding right there. Well, my padding migrated up my foot, so I was just walking on the edges of my bones. And so orthopedic shoes push that up. So I'm not walking on the ends of the bones, just on the bones.
Yeah. It's also one thing with EDS, it's fairly common when we're young to actually be toe walkers.
I was a toe walker.
Yeah, same. I
I,
was a toe runner.
oh yeah, no.
I tried
Honestly,
to see how fast I could go on my toes all the time.
well, I don't go fast at all, ever. But,
Mm.
I still slip into toe walking sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Because, especially when my feet hurt, it just,
Mm,
it's just a different type of shit.
yeah.
Sometimes, you hurt and you're in pain and you just want a different type of pain. So, toes, just walk on your toes instead. It works.
Uh, yeah. And gripping tools are great for like opening jars and stuff like that, or for pencils, so that way you have a
When have
better
we ever
grip on your
had?
pencil, not hurting your fingers.
Well, I like to crochet, and I cannot crochet without these little grippy things. I have like grips on my hooks to make them thicker so they're easier for me to hold. And then
Yeah.
they have like this like physical therapy tubing that you can put on like everything to make it fatter and easier to hold. That's great.
So we were just talking about gripping tools.
Basically,
Uh,
we have to modify our life.
oh, water-based treatments. Um,
So my rheumatologist is very anti-chiropractic. Especially with my particular problem is it's easy to do more harm than good. And so they strongly advise against chiropractic treatments. And every person's different. Some people do get a lot of relief from chiropractic treatments, but not in my case, not at all.
yeah. With
Oh,
oh, ice treatments.
ice treatments. Oh, I see. I've never had one of those.
So, what I like to do for my TMJ is I actually have an ice roller.
Oh,
And
I do have a beauty roller.
yeah.
This so I have thyroiditis. So that's an autoimmune disease that's attacking the thyroid. And so I get a lot of drainage, puffiness in my face, so the roller is really great for that.
Yeah. I use it for whenever my TMJ is like really aching. Like it's almost like the ice adds pain away from the pain.
No,
But then it also like helps it afterwards. It's like the immediate thing is like I forget about the pain because it like the ice burns. And then it starts to feel really good. And then in terms of water-based treatments, so
Epsom salt baths.
yeah, Epsom salt baths is probably the best one that I can think of in terms of that. Just heat in general with baths. It's one of the easiest ways to one get Epsom salt and like float your body a little bit, so that way there's a lot less pressure on the
Yeah,
joints.
that's what I was just about to mention, is that if you get the water salty enough, you should be buoyant.
Yeah.
And that just like relieves pressure off the joints.
And then on top of that, the heat is then another component that helps. And no worries about the Don't worry
Fusion.
about it.
And that's also just my dyslexia. I read that entirely wrong.
Okay. So yeah, we have the gripping tools. Handrails is something that I've utilized quite a bit, and like shower stools also with bars on them, so that way you can actually like lift yourself up. Um, I used to have a what's that freaking thing called? It's like a commode. I used to have a commode, because now I have walls on either side of me, so, like, I don't need a commode to, like, help me lift back up after I'm exhausted, so I just use the walls to do it. Um, I previously had to use a commode to help me get in and out of the toilet.
We did talk a little bit about body posture,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm a real big fan of a stool.
Oh, squatty potty.
Yeah.
We squat to pot.
Uh,
Yeah,
Lifting the legs up a little bit to help the posture.
that's the only way I can go to the bathroom. Any other way, I'm, like, immediately, like, cut off. Um, or my leg falls asleep. Oh, it's the fucking worst.
Yeah,
Anyway.
that's one thing because my system is all about vomiting or speed running. I don't have that problem of it taking
Mhm.
a very long time. My legs fall. If my legs are falling asleep, it's because I haven't stood up long in enough time.
Oh, my case is that literally I get the urge to go to the bathroom, I sit on the toilet, I'm like, "Alright, oh, good, I'm done. I should be fine." I get up, and immediately the same sensation happens, so I have to get back down onto the toilet. And it happens so many times that it's like, great. Absolutely fantastic. My leg has been asleep for like 30 minutes at least now, and I can't get up again because then I'm just gonna fall.
Nice.
Ugh. Anyway, yeah. So another one is mobility aids. Those are huge in terms of being able to do more things.
Hmm. Or
Um,
just do things.
to do things and to do more things. Uh, I look at it as like different kind of components for like the way I can go to museums is if I have my wheelchair, and I have somebody pushing it, or I have my electric wheelchair and I can push myself. Um, so I can basically go out and go do things that are fun. That I really, really enjoy. I use it for like going to the zoo, going to different museums, going to parks, gardens, the whole shebang. Um, and it makes it a lot easier.
Yep, yeah, I have a wheelchair as well that I use for any sort of distance. Honestly, sometimes, I guess, back in the day, pre-pandemic, I would use it to just go to the store. If we were
Mm.
gonna, unless it was a in and out quick trip, I would need it to be in the store for any length of time.
Yeah, see, my problem with going in the store is having to get up to get stuff off of the aisles. And so, because of my dysautonomia, I can't sit, then get back up, then sit, then get back up, or sit
Mm.
and get back up. Um, are you restricted in vehicles you can use or any preferred model? Oh my God. If you have a disabled friend, never, ever, ever, ever get those tall ass trucks because they suck.
Yes.
They suck to get in and out
Yeah,
of.
unless you can like lift me in. I've had people like, oopsie goes, like I'm a freaking toddler.
Oh my God, I can't get picked up unless it's like right underneath my butt. Or else
Mm.
it hurts, like, something dislocates, something hurts, something stretches too far, or a rib gets pushed in. So, um, like, it's just it's awful, absolutely awful.
And
Anything you have to scoot into is another one.
yeah, I getting in and out of the car is difficult for me. I go
Yeah.
butt first and then twist in. rather
I
than
will say
stepping in one foot at a time.
yeah, I can't drive. Uh, so I'd probably say from a standpoint like any car that has like a backup camera, that kind of stuff, or like some sort of alert system is really great when you're disabled because sometimes our reactions are very delayed. We have issues with like trying to do things, and it helps a lot, especially vision problems. With visual snow is a pretty big thing for me. I get very distracted by the visual snow and can't focus on what's in front of me most of the time.
Mm.
Um, so that's a pretty big one. Sports cars, fuck sports cars. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ, getting out of those things is the goddamn worst.
Because they're
And
too
I say
low.
this from experience of having family members that had sports cars, and that's all they used.
Yeah, I
It was
don't like driving. Well, I don't hate it either, but it is getting more sketch for me to drive. Um, and driving distances is really hard because my grip.
think of it in a way like you want to be like a helicopter mom and get a helicopter mom car. And that is the best car to get for somebody with a
Right?
disability. Because it's got like so many safety features and it's like built like a tank, but it's not like obnoxious to get into. So yeah, that's probably one of the best best ones to do. Oh goodness. Um, so yeah. Uh, Also, there are a lot of disability cars out there that help with like getting your wheelchair in and out. There's cars that you can get altered to basically work for you. So, whatever works for you works for you.
Back to
Yeah.
mobility aids. I'm dizzy all the
Yeah.
time. So sometimes canes can be nice to just, keep me stable. I'm wobbly. But
So, yeah.
with that, I have a lot of wrist issues, so I don't actually ever use a cane.
Oh my God. So, wrist issues I do have as well. But the thing is, I dislocate my hip and my SI joint pretty frequently. Um, I do have a lot of SI joint issues that have caused a lot of pain and have prevented me from walking. So I actually have to carry a collapsible cane with me everywhere I go because I've gotten in trouble with my fiance before where like I've gone into a store without my backpack and I'm like, I'll be fine. And then all of a sudden, pop. And then he's like, where's your cane? Oh god. So yeah, it's pretty necessary for me to have my cane. And I don't use like the small little tiny bottom ones. Like my cane has like a four-prong giant piece that's like massive to be able to really stabilize me. Um so yeah. No, I don't. Um I've got an X-Acto knife. Does that count? That's like the best I can do, dude. So yeah. Um walkers slash rollers, those are
So,
uh
I've talked a little bit about my cousin with EDS. She
mhm.
also has narcolepsy in addition to
Oh
EDS, and she takes a roller everywhere
yeah.
because that's like a cane by itself. She has a cane that like attaches to her walker, but a cane
Hmm.
by itself isn't enough. The roller just really helps stabilize her more, and then if she, falls asleep on it, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of different methods that kind of work for each individual person. Like, for example, a wheelchair works best for you, where a cane works best for me, where a walker or a roller works best for your cousin. Like,
Yep.
there's so many different types of things that work for each individual person.
Yep.
And some people just don't even like these mobility aids if they have EDS. That's also a thing too. There's arm crutches, which wrap around your arm, and you basically put pressure on your forearm to then help with walking rather than your wrist. But that also causes other issues. There's only like one design, I think, that actually allows you to utilize them while standing up straight, and they're extremely hard to find. Um, the most common type of arm crutch actually forces you to bend forward, which is not great for our backs. It's not great for our necks. It's not great for our joints in general. Um, so yeah. Yeah. What else? We put orthopedic tools, but what did we mean by that? I don't think we specified.
Uh,
Shit.
well,
Uh,
so the person that comes to my mind is a foam roller.
oh.
I love my foam roller. So like I said, my back is very, very tight. So I use it to just kind of like stretch out my back,
Mm.
roll out.
I utilize a special foam cushion for my feet to do exercises to stabilize my knees. So it's actually like a balancing cushion that you stand on in order to help build up the muscle in your knee the right way. Uh, so that's one of my personal favorites. Uh,
I also have some foam blocks that I use for stretches
yeah,
that are really great for stabilizing.
yeah. There's a few out there for like helping with that kind of stuff, and
And
I'm
also,
trying to think of the others.
just in general, I guess this is more like occupational than orthopedic, but I've had to like relearn how to do some really basic things because how
Mm.
I was doing it before was doing more damage to my joints. For example, holding a cup. You'd think that, something as simple as holding a cup would be universal. But this is how you should hold a cup, right? This is how my body wants to hold a cup. With like on the other side of my thumb. And I've just like had to train my body, physically think about the way I'm gripping things because I have a habit of doing things with my hands that just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah. And then other things is like mouse and keyboard, like finding something that works for your hands when you want to do gaming. If you want to be able to work, there's a lot of different things.
That's what we meant
Um,
by orthopedic
yeah, that's
tools.
I like remembered. um, but there's a lot of other tools too. Like for example, they're not technically labeled as disability tools or orthopedic tools or what was the other word? Occupational tools. But knives, Japanese knives that have like a heavy handle really help with making sure that I don't have to use so much like pressure or anything.
A sharp knife
Yeah,
is a good tool.
sharp knife, a sharp, heavy-ish knife, not too heavy, obviously, just like a good balance has always helped me a lot when it comes to cooking. And I don't dislocate as frequently with my
Oh
fingers
my
when I'm
gosh.
using my Japanese knives.
So I would consider my air fryer, my rice cooker, and my Instapot orthopedic tools
Oh, yeah,
because
definitely.
they're tools that I use every single day to help live my life because I have these issues that make it hard to eat a lot of foods, prepare a lot of foods, and the air fryer especially just makes it so much easier to prepare so many foods.
Yeah, I have a soup maker that makes it amazing for making like pureed soups when I'm like really nauseous or I need to get vegetables in. I have a hard time digesting
Mhm.
vegetables in general. So it just purees, it cooks and purees everything for you. So you just add the ingredients and then it just fucking goes.
Nice.
So, yeah. Like tools for the kitchen are fantastic. Tools for just as simple as just like hanging out with people. Is there a mouse that minimizes impact on joints?
There is. This is called a vertical mouse. So you have an ulna and a radius, okay? And these two bones are parallel in your arm, and they stay parallel when they're this way. But when you move your hand from this position to this position, they cross. So a vertical mouse takes your mouse position from this position to that vertical position so they don't cross. So I have a vertical mouse that helps with my joints that way, and I also have an ergonomic keyboard too, where it's the same kind of thing, where the keyboard's on these little tiny feet, and it's tilted, so I don't have to cross my ulna and radius as much as I'm on the computer.
And I've got smaller digits than the typical person with EDS. So actually having a smaller mouse is really great for me. And also having a thumb rest. It's not like the most ergonomic, but like my joints have kind of already settled in whatever position they've wanted to for so long now. The muscles do not move and do not want me to change things. So that's what works best for me. Each person kind of has their own, like, what works for them. And also, it's about training yourself to also utilize what works best. Um, so, like, for example, if it were the case that I got an ergonomic keyboard or ergonomic mouse, it probably would work for me, but not initially because I'm so used to the previous versions.
That's true, especially with keyboards. This keyboard has a really high learning curve, and every time Dad sits on my computer to do whatever, he just gets unbearably upset because he's like, okay, so this keyboard is great because it's modular. I can make it however I want,
Hmm.
but that means that not all of the buttons are labeled.
Yeah.
And so I know where everything is because it's my keyboard. I put it that way. But he's like, where is the space bar? Where is the, delete?
Yeah.
Nothing's labeled and things. This particular keyboard, it takes things off the pinky. So like when you try to use your pinky a lot on the computer, you have a tendency to move your hands like that, and that's bad for your wrists. And so it offloads all the things on the pinky onto the thumbs. So it
Mm.
has these little thumb pads in the middle where all the backspace and alt everything that would be on the pinky is on the thumbs. And so it's confusing for someone who hasn't used it. And then it does take a lot of time for that muscle memory to kind of refigure itself out. And
Yeah.
when you're like fighting your muscles in any way, it goes back to that spasming and tightness and other complications.
Yeah.
But it was worth it. Oh my gosh. It was so
And like
worth it.
there's with the different keyboards too. Like for example, I have one that's very flat. I can't bring it up because I've got heavy shit all over it, all over the cord. But the buttons are actually very low to the actual keyboard itself because I only need to lightly tap to essentially press a button. And that works for me because extra pressure hurts a lot on my individual finger joints. So having something that's very like low profile actually works a lot better for me. So again, everybody's different in terms of like what works best for them. And sometimes even just testing out, like going to the store and seeing what works there. If you can't find something that works there for you, another great suggestion is actually Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace because a lot of the time there's all this technology that is going to go in the dumpster that could actually work for you or is from an office that is downsizing or something like that that is using ergonomic keyboards that you could utilize. So yeah, um, that's some of the cool stuff there.
Options are out there. There is the crypt tax, but as with everything.
Um, so next up is mattress. Okay, so like most people, normies, probably sleep about a third of their life. At least for me, it's closer to half because I do have major fatigue and I do typically have to sleep about 12 hours a day.
It's
Um,
about 10 to 12.
mm. So the struggle with that is that you need, like, if you're going to be sitting somewhere, if you're going to be laying somewhere for half of your life, about, you need it to be something that works for you. Like, that's where you should put your money in because that's your relaxation time too. That's when your body is resting and recuperating. Um, so, like for example, I have a purple mattress, and honestly, was the best decision I've ever made because it helps a lot with my joints. But again, different types of firmness, different types of mattresses work differently for every person. So it's about finding what's right for your body and your issues. Another thing is an adjustable bed frame has been freaking fantastic for me. It has been so beautiful, honestly. It helps with like when I want to put sheets on the bed. I literally just have to like move it so that way the leg of the bed and the head of the bed move up and then I can fit the fitted sheet over without like having to like really like lift up the whole bed or anything to try and figure out how to get it on properly and hurt myself. Because I tend to dislocate my finger joints all the time when I'm trying to fit on the fitted sheet. And so all I have to do is just while those things are up, put it on, and then set it back to laying flat, and it fits perfectly, and it's just amazing. And another thing is like if I want to watch something in bed, but I don't want to like bundle a bunch of like pillows that aren't the right way under my body, underneath me to be able to sit up, I can instead sit up the bed itself to help me be in a more ergonomic position. And there's also like different things like there's a zero gravity position that has been really great for just like when I'm in so much pain and I need to feel like I'm more weightless and a lot less pressure is off of my body. So yeah.
Probably more than half my life. Now I think about it, because sometimes I just lay down. I don't even like need sleep. I just need rest. So I just like lay down, hang out for a while, and then get back to it.
That's why it's so important to have a good like bed. It's worthwhile.
How often does one have to replace a purple mattress?
I have no clue.
I know normal mattresses only last like a decade, but they're more expensive. So does that mean that they hold up better?
One thing I know is that it's one of those things that it's pretty hypoallergenic, so it doesn't get dirty because it's made of silicone. Silicone is one of the best materials for basically not allowing bacteria to grow.
Mm.
So mold is not a thing really with silicone. Like it's one of the best materials in terms of that. Um, I don't know.
Oh wow. So I was just scanning their website and they say that it's supposed to last 30 years.
Wow.
So it's more expensive than a traditional mattress, but they last 3 times as long. So that already makes it worth.
Yeah. And two, I'm not sponsored by Purple, by the way. They have great payment plans too that are really helpful. Like it's just like if you feel like you can't buy one now, like you can literally pay a certain amount per month for up to like 2 to 4 years, I think. Uh and over that course of time it's actually really really affordable. And they don't have interest,
Oh
which is
wow.
great.
That's
Yeah.
nice.
So, yeah. So Duke Maple said, what position does the bed take for the 0G position or setting? Um, it's kind of hard to explain. Uh, what I would probably suggest is looking up zero G chair, and then you can see the position that it's in, and that's the position that it's in. It's just because it's kind of hard to explain it. Because
Well,
like you need more
back,
than two hands.
I'd
There's
say
like
back straight, but your knees up and bent.
yes. So, but it's also it's like slightly elevated
Oh yeah.
back. So it's not completely flat like this. It's more like this and it's like that. It's weird. Thank you.
Oh man, do you know what's a pillow that we didn't mention?
Yeah.
Bath pillow. I don't have one, but it's on my wish
Mm,
list.
you don't have one?
No.
Oh my God. Uh, send me your wish list.
Uh,
Because like that's something you need.
well, so it's not on my public wish list. I'll put it on my throne.
Okay. I mean, you can literally just send me the link and I'll send it to you. uh, because it's just like that is like the thing that's really important. I have one that is actually both a back cushion and a slight cushion for the butt too.
Ooh.
Um, so it's really really great. The only thing is it's very large and it takes a very long time to dry.
Mm,
So yeah, but it's really really great to have something that kind of helps you while you're in there.
yep.
So yeah, we kind of went through everything in terms of like what EDS is, what we experience due to EDS, as well as treatment that we do, how we kind of got diagnosed. Um, and what I'd probably say is honestly, one of the things is if you have like questions that maybe we can't answer, or again, if you want more medical information, or you want community information, you want local professionals, or um, also there's a conference that is a part of the Ehlers-Danlos Society that has a lot of really useful information. Please visit the Ehlers-Danlos Society website. Like it is fantastic for that information, finding out about everything EDS wise. So yeah, please feel free. And if anybody has any questions, you're more than welcome to ask them now, I believe.
And there's a link in chat for you if you just want to click. Questions, comments, concerns.
Yeah.
Also, also, I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Brain fog.
Pretty much.
You should have a button for that.
A brain fog button.
Oh yeah, and it literally has like a brain emoji and a fog emoji and like a bunch of them, so that way when it comes up on your stream, it like floods the whole area.
You know what? That's a thing that I can do. That can be arranged.
I am so fucking here for it. Oh goodness. Yeah.
Let's see.
And also, let us know if you liked us talking about this kind of stuff, and if you're curious about other things that you'd like to eventually hear us talk on or
Yep,
talk about.
I'm here. Usually streaming. Usually, we start with a little bit of chatting and then go into like gaming. Currently, it's been Pokemon, but some days there's special occasions that come up. So, like today is Rare Disease Day to help bring awareness to rare diseases like EDS. And this is something that we've also just been kind of kicking around doing more in the future.
Yeah. And Duke Maple said, "Did you go over what someone who is supporting another with HEDS can do to help?" Do you want to answer this one?
Um, anything? Everything? Just being there for that person is means a lot.
Yeah.
More
Um,
than anything, just listen. Listen to their words, but also kind of read between the lines because people with these long-term chronic illnesses, they tend to they don't want to be downers. I know I don't want to be a downer. I don't want to like have my pain be the forefront of attention all the time.
yeah.
And so sometimes I'll be like, "Oh, I'm fine," when I'm really struggling. But when I'm like, "Hey, I'm on the struggle bus," that should be like alarms going off because when I'm admitting that I'm struggling, it means I'm really fucking struggling.
Yeah.
Um, so just yeah, just listen and uh be there for them.
Yeah. And some of the ways this is one thing I'm pretty uh fierce about in terms of like how to help another person. Don't pity us.
Hmm.
Um you can be like sympathetic, you can be empathetic. That is totally fine. But there are ways to kind of go around uh like instead of being like, "Oh, you're so young to go through that." There's other things like, "Wow, that's badass." there's ways to kind of bring out a different thing of like showing us that we have that kind of strength, not that we are to be pitied or to be like viewed as weaker. Instead, make us feel strong.
You're strong. Put up
We
with
are.
a whole lot of bullshit.
Yeah. And we deserve to feel that strength. And a lot of the times when we feel our weaknesses in that, it's because of people either minimizing or not like viewing us as weaker and saying it out loud. So, uh, yeah, that's really great to do is to basically just encourage us to be awesome by saying we already are because we are.
Yep.
Um, there's other things like, if you have a friend that is, it depends on the conversation you have with them. But for example, I have my fiance's brother who also knows someone who has EDS, and he also knows how to help me out of the chair, for example. Sometimes knowing like how to be like a stabilizer, just like an arm to grab onto to help us like lift ourselves back up or something like that is also really helpful. Because otherwise we got to use other tools to do that or we're stuck in the chair.
We're on the ground.
Yeah, and if there's like something that we need, just like letting us be like, hey, can you get me a glass of water, not being like, oh my god, you really need a glass of water right now.
What, are your
Like I
legs
just
broke?
sat down.
Kind of.
Oh, thank you, Duke Maple. It's very sweet of you.
Very, very sweet.
Yes. And there's just a lot of fun. Like, make sure we're happy. I don't know. Joke with us, have fun with us.
Don't forget that we're people outside of EDS.
Yeah.
So
Like, we are
that's,
people with EDS. We are not EDS people.
yep. That's something that comes up on the EDS subreddit all the time. Just like, hey, I am spouse of someone with EDS. What present can I get my, spouse with
Hmm.
EDS for insert holiday? And it's like, well, what would she like any other time? You know? But what are her likes and dislikes? And just like this isn't. And sometimes it's really nice getting those comfort things that are useful when you have chronic illness. But sometimes you just like want something badass for your birthday for once and not another thing that's
Oh, yeah.
associated with your chronic conditions.
So it's like one of those things that, like, I have a true love for makeup, like an absolute, like, deep, deep passion for makeup. I can only really wear lipstick. Um, but like if I were to get a gift that were literally just like lipsticks of every single fucking color or like a really odd color choice, I would be like, hell fucking yeah. Does that have anything to do with EDS? No. But it's fucking fantastic. It's about the individual person and what their personality is. Just because we have EDS, yes, it does influence our personality a little bit. Um, but there's people with EDS that love sports. I'm not particularly a sport person.
So,
Uh,
so
yeah.
Marfan's isn't EDS, but they're kind of related somehow because there's a lot
Mm.
of the phenotypes are similar, and then the heart issues are very, very similar. So I have a friend with Marfan's who's never played sports in his life, who his life goal is to be like a sportscaster. He loves sports. He's not, and I think because he can't play sports, he's a little bit more obsessed.
I 100% agree with that because you should see the amount of YouTubers I'm subscribed to for makeup. Oh God.
So this is another beautiful, amazingly thought out question. What kind of coping strategies do you use to deal with the effects of chronic pain? That could be its own
It's, its own full like 4-hour discussion.
pretty much. It really could be because I
Yeah.
honestly, if I had to pick one, meditation. Practicing meditation when I'm feeling okay lets me meditate through the worst of it.
So, as someone with autism, I actually found that meditation does not necessarily work for me, but there are other methods as well that are similar. Um, it's not like the what is it? The Webster definition of meditation, but sometimes desensitizing is really important. Like that's why I have my therapy corner, in which I get to close the curtains around it. It's a nice little cushion area. I can just take a nap in there. I can cry in there. And it's a safe space for me because I like dark, closed areas to cry in. Um, and it just makes me feel very safe. I've got my stuffed animals that I love. I've got my blankie that I love. And it helps me just to chill out in there. And sometimes I'll just download like a Pokemon game on my phone using an emulator and just play it in there and just slowly calm down. Um, so something that kind of distracts you a little bit, but also allows you to kind of still have a safe space to think at the same time. Um, 'Cause sometimes when you're overthinking it, it gets worse. The stress just culminates, it creates that feedback loop. So having a space where you can sort of calm down and be able to look at it a little bit more logically helps with that. And the way to look at things logically too is to actually let your emotions out. Let yourself cry. Let yourself be upset. Let yourself fucking scream. Like, punch a pillow. Well, I say people with EDS should probably not be punching anything.
Yeah, that would hurt my hand more than it would hurt the
Um,
pillow.
yeah. Uh, but, like, have a way to get out your energy. You can also do it with autism, like, excitement is a pretty big deal in terms of, like, that's why, I get very frustrated very easily when I'm excited. So I'll just get very, very loud and, like, start slapping things because 'cause I'm flapping. So like video games is really great for me to get my energy out, getting some sniping people in Borderlands and like doing whatever I need to be able to get that energy out is important.
Yeah.
Um, Therapy is very important. Um, and it can be the case that it's therapy with a therapist. It can be therapy with yourself. It can be therapy through a book by a therapist. It can be group therapy. It can be
Journaling.
journaling. There's so many methods of basically having a conversation that involves yourself and working on yourself. So there's a lot of components out there. Like I said, there might be the case that if you look at your local EDS groups, they might have suggestions for local therapists, even that you could go and talk to.
That's one thing. So our local therapist situation sucks. So especially in this state, a lot of the therapies are associated with religion,
Mm,
and I literally could not find one local that I jived with, so I went online.
that's what I did as well. Well, I had a hard time just finding anything in general because, like, I mean, other than like Psychology Today, there's not really like a database that you can go based off of and like really connect with a therapist.
Well,
So I did like BetterHelp and I was able to shift through therapists until I found one. So, yeah.
so yeah, that's really what I mean by uh meditation. It's more mindfulness practice. I take
Mm.
time to, check in with my body and like just feel without it's feel the pain, but with a layer of detachment between me and it
Yeah.
really helps. And yeah, mindfulness practice is how I've gone about that.
And don't be afraid to use any of the like treatments that we kind of talked about with physician guidance, of course. But what I mean by that is like, don't feel embarrassed using them
Oh yeah.
because
That's
they are meant to be there for you. And anybody who says that that's dumb or it looks weird or looks at you different can go fuck right off. I swear I will beat them the fuck up for you.
honestly, it took me way too long to get my handicap placard because of that social stigma associated with it.
Yeah.
But I got my handicap placard, and then like within a few months, I got my wheelchair
Yeah.
because it was like, oh my gosh, taking advantage of these things that are for people like me makes my life easier? What? Who would have thought?
Yep. It really does help a whole lot in terms of like just finding something that works for you. And if people like, I fucking carry my heat pack that is also a stuffed animal that's a pink Shiba with me to the fucking dentist. And I don't give two fucks because it's like, you know what? I got something to hug and it's nice and warm on my belly, and that's all I care about. So it's just do whatever makes you feel comfortable, makes you happy. And that's what's the most important fucking thing. It's the same with like outfits, it's the same with makeup, it's the same with like jewelry, with hair, whatever fucking makes you happy in the long run, mentally and physically, do it as long as you're not hurting another person.
For yourself.
Yes. Although sometimes you do hurt yourself for the sake of enjoying something.
Yeah, I guess beauty is pain a lot of the time.
Yeah, especially with EDS, beauty is literally pain. Oh god. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. Yeah. Any other questions? Comments? Concerns?
And
You're having a lot of brain fog right
I
now, are
am.
you
No, this is I stream for 3 to 4 hours because after
yeah.
that 4 hour mark, my brain's just like kaput. It's just done.
I thought we were gonna be like at 2 p.m. and I'm like, oh wow, it's 3:40.
Yeah.
It's all good though because this was a lot of fun to do
Yeah.
and to be able to talk about this stuff and having a platform to let us get our salt out too.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's another thing. Thank you guys for listening. Like
Yes.
a podcast is nothing without listeners. So,
And Duke Maple, one of those things about what can you do to support somebody who has EDS? Being here was fucking fantastic.
yeah, you've supported me.
Yeah, you definitely did. And this is just, it's wonderful.
So, I stream on Twitch Monday through Friday at 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Um, and I'm here every weekday, mostly because I don't work a traditional job. I really can't anymore. And I do try to keep my streams short so I can be more consistent. In the past, I've tried longer streams, but then I just burned myself out too fast, and I suffered for it. So, are we ready to pass the love on to another Glitchco member?
I think that would be one of the best things to do.
Do you want? I had already picked somebody out, but now I'm second guessing of who I should raid.
Hmm.
Is the Jay's on. We have to raid Jay. He's playing Pokemon Arceus, so that's perfect.
Oh, nice.
And they are also playing Stream Raiders. What? So they're usually a VTuber, but it looks like they have a picture of their actual face up. So I wonder if that's because of a um, reward for their channel or whatever. Yes, thank you, Jellyfish Crown, for being here and
Yes.
listening in. Oh, oh, when I do that, it freezes Rogue. Okay.
Mm. I know you're just trying to get rid of me. It's fine.
Oh, I haven't put in the command yet. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Just thank y'all for watching today, and it was an absolute gem being on your stream.
No, thanks for being here.
Uh,
It's like I said, I have my cousin who is diagnosed, and Rogue is the only other person that I know that has EDS. It's a rare disease, and I feel lucky to have you as a friend.
that's fucking cute. And I am very thankful to have you in my life, dear.
Oh, oh.
You sounded like Luna right there.
What?
You sounded like Luna.
She gets it from somewhere.
Ah.
So once again, thank you guys so much for being here. We're gonna raid Frank and Jay, who's also a member of Team Glitchco. She's playing Legends Arceus right now, which is what I have been playing, so we'll be back with that tomorrow. Yeah, so Jay is a VTuber. She has a picture up today, though. She's also playing Stream Raiders, and she's part of member of Team Glitchco. So she's also there's a lot of different types of glitches in Team Glitchco, but she is also one of the chronically ill streamers who is basically bedbound, not bedbound, but housebound. She has a really hard time um physically, whereas a lot of people in Glitchco have more of the mental glitches. So give her all my love. If you are subscribed, there are some turtles that you can spam for her. If you are not subscribed, do not worry. There are turtles for you. And so that second message is brought to you by BBTV. So if you have that extension, you can see it, but they'll be able to see it for sure. So thank you again for being here. It really means a lot to me to share my experiences, to get this off my chest. I really do try to like focus on just, being a cool